Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Calexico City Council Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Finance Authority Planning Commission. Today is Wednesday, March the 4th, and the call to the order is that the right time? 6:45 p.m.? 6:44 p.m. Before we start, regarding past council meetings, we've been having a lot of lack of decorum, and that's going to stop today. I'm hoping not to use this a lot, but we're going to act professional with staff members and also with council members. Also, everyone needs to work together. I see that there's a lot of signs out there. So those with signs, you can't raise them up, but you can stand at the back of the wall with your signs. You cannot be blocking people's view of us, disruption of any nature. If there is disruption, I will have you removed. So please, no disruptions. It's going to end today. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Legaspi,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Present.
Councilmember Marquez,
Present.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Here.
Councilmember Nuricumbo.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, begin.
Please remain standing for Mr. Cesenia, brother of the pastor, to say a few words. Invocation. Oh, right there.
Thank you. I was asked by Pastor Eduardo to do the invocation for today. Let's pray. Thank you, God, for allowing us to be part of this city as government or residents. Give us wisdom to take the right decisions, courage to apply them, and also give us the temperament to do it in the right way. We ask you to protect and bless every person who enters this city, whether they live in it, whether they're just residents or part of the governance of it. And we ask you all of this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. City Attorney, any closed session announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session regarding the two agendized closed session items and took no reportable action.
Thank you. Going on to the approval of the agenda, call for a motion on approval of the agenda. So moved. Thank you. And do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion was approved by Mayor Pro Tem Calderon and second by Marquez. Okay. Presentations. Moving on to presentations.
Mayor, we need a vote.
Oh, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Nuricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to presentations. Presentations will be given by Public Works Director, City Engineer Villegas, Chief Orozco, Chief Contreras, regarding to city park improvements, retention basin improvements, water treatment plant clarifiers, A and B, funding updates for parks, restrooms, and concessions. Also, security cameras installation projects for the parks, truck routes, dissolved air flotations, DAF unit at water treatment plant. Go with your presentations.
For City Council request, the following is a improvements.
Adrian C. Cordova Memorial Park Playground. Update. On October 15, 2025, the City Council authorized the City Manager to issue purchase order to Great Western Recreation in the amount of $51,488.50 to purchase and install replacement parts for Adrian C. Cordova Memorial Park Playground. On October 22, 2025, purchase order number 10,413 was issued. The playground equipment has arrived at the Public Works Yard, and Great Western Recreation began installing the equipment on February 24, 2026. Nosotros Park Multipurpose Field Sport Lights Update. On November 5, 2025, the City Council authorized the City Manager to issue purchase order to Sierra Energy Solutions in the amount of $36,624.58 to purchase 30 sport lights for Nosotros Park Multipurpose Field. On November 17, 2025, purchase order number 10,519 was issued. The sports lights arrived on February 13, 2026, but we are awaiting the arrival of additional brackets. Rodriguez Baseball Field. On September 6, 2023, the City Council of the City of Calexico allocated $150,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, for Rodriguez Baseball Field park improvements. As of January 30, 2026, the city spent $82,311.68 in rehabilitating the following: repaired field backstop, protective barrier, chain link fence, located behind home plate, installation of 2 roll-up windows, remove and replace roof of restrooms and concession stand, material and supplies, remove and replace roof of dugouts, material and supplies, purchasing dugout benches and trash cans, rehabilitating female and male restrooms, purchasing security doors for restrooms and concession stand, providing porta potties to sport leagues while restrooms were under construction, lights installation at kiosk, planting additional trees, remove old palm trees removal. On February 11, 2026, the Community Services Commission recommended that the remaining funds, approximately $67,688, be used to replace the fence and maintenance gates north of the field that divide the baseball field and parking lot. American Legion and Alex Rivera Fields. In the following weeks, a new roll-up door for snack bar will be installed. Order has been already placed. Old dead tree was removed. Imperial Irrigation District tree for all public green space grant. On January 6, 2026 through January 8, 2026, Public Works staff planted 48 trees at Rodriguez Park and Baseball Field. On January 12, 2026 through January 13, 2026, Public Works staff planted 12 trees at Joel Risen Field. On February 9, 2026 through February 12, 2026, Public Works staff planted 12 trees at Nosotros Park, 5 trees at Carmen Estrada Field, and 11 trees at Meadows Estates, South Basin, and North Basin. This concludes the presentation of the City Parks Improvements and Funding Update.
City of Calexico.
Presentation Council Meeting, March 4, 2026. Public Works Department, Retention Basin Improvements. Right after the 3 severe storms that hit the city of Calexico, including Tropical Storm Mario, which happened on September 18, 2025, and was the last major severe weather event, being our city the hardest hit community in the Imperial Valley, leading to a proclamation of emergency. The Public Works Department has been working tirelessly, partnering with the Imperial County Public Health Department's Environmental Health Division to mitigate mosquito activity. The following photos illustrate the conditions of several of the retention basins prior to starting the rehabilitation. Since then, the department has been continuously removing trees and weeds along embankments and reservoir areas for the following retention basis. 1. Rancho Frontera, east and west, at Rancho Frontera Avenue and Harrington Street. 2. Joel Reisenfield, Andrade Avenue and Sapphire Street. 3. Victoria Place, Zapata Street between Victoria Drive and Yitaraldi Street. 4. Meadows East Subdivision, behind Jasmine Street/Margarita Street. The following photos illustrate the current conditions of retention basins after starting the rehabilitation. The Public Works Department is fast-tracking a project to clear trees and brush from retention basins, ensuring they are ready for flood control to restore their original function and efficiency. If implemented using a contractor, the preliminary cost estimate is $100,000 available at account number 255-91915-5600002, drainage basins. This concludes the presentation of the city's retention basins improvements. Per City Council request, the following is a presentation regarding the initial progress report for the water treatment plant's Clarifier B and Clarifier C restoration project. Background: the Calexico City Council approved the repairs for the water treatment plant's clarifiers. On June 4, 2025, the City Council authorized a master services agreement with Utility Services Company for the rehabilitation of Clarifier B and Clarifier C. The urgency of these repairs is because at the time of approval, Clarifier B, 4.2 million gallons per day capacity, had been non-functional for 8 months due to its highly deteriorated state, leaving the city dependent on Clarifier C alone, which also required urgent rehabilitation, because, although it was the only unit operational at the time, it had reaching a state where it needed significant repairs to meet state requirements. On September 3, 2025, City Council approved the rental of 3 ultrafiltration mobile clarifiers by authorizing a PO, purchase order, to Veolia WTS Services USA, Inc. These mobile units are intended to provide temporary water treatment capacity during the major rehabilitation of Clarifier B and Clarifier C. On January 21, 2026, the City Council also approved a contract for an electrical connection to 3 ultrafiltration mobile clarifiers which are supporting the facility, while Clarifiers B and C are being rehabilitated. While the original completion date for this project restoration was May 8, 2026, the Public Works Department is currently accelerating the restoration schedule to meet a new target of April 17, 2026. This revised timeline targets to finalize the work approximately 2 months ahead of the summer season. This revised schedule reflects the Public Works Department's ongoing commitment to prioritizing critical infrastructure restoration while maintaining operational excellence to provide effective and efficient services consistent with the City of Calexico's mission.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and citizens of Calexico. My name is Jose Alvarado, lead operator for the City of Calexico's water treatment plant. I am standing here in front of Clarifier C at the City of Calexico's water treatment plant, which operates a 10 million gallon a day main clarifier system. The city has 2 primary clarifiers designated as Clarifier B, which I'm standing on, and Clarifier C, which is in the background. Clarifier B is a 4.2 million gallon a day unit which was built in 1968, was recently repaired and fully refurbished with work completed on January 23, 2026. It is currently operating while Clarifier C undergoes the same repairs and rehabilitation process. Refurbishment of Clarifier C began on February 9, 2026 and is expected to be completed within 45 to 60 days. Clarifier C was built in 1997. As a brief description of a clarifier's function, these units play a vital role in protecting public health by removing pathogens and pollutants from raw water through coagulation, flocculation, and sedimentation inside one large treatment chamber. The clarifier helps prepare the water for downstream processes such as filtration and disinfection. This ensures the compliance with stringent state and federal water quality regulations. These infrastructure improvement projects are essential to supporting Calexico's continued growth. Reliable, safe, and abundant potable water is a clarifier is a critical factor for new housing developments, business expansion, and economic investment. When a business owner or developer considers building a community, one of the first things they evaluate is the availability and adequacy of water, potable water, and wastewater services. More housing, more businesses mean increased economic opportunity and additional tax services and revenue for our city. These improvements ensure Calexico is prepared to meet current and future demands while continuing to provide high quality water that all our residents deserve. Que viva Calexico!
The following post-restoration photos illustrates the interior condition of Clarifier B upon completion of the process. This aerial imagery, captured with the Public Works Department's DJI Phantom 4 RTK drone, confirms that Clarifier B is fully operational. The unit is now restored to its peak design capacity for the removal of suspended solids, turbidity, and impurities. This concludes the initial progress report for the Clarifier B and C restoration project. The Public Works Department appreciates the City Council's continued support and commitment to ensuring the success of this vital infrastructure improvement. City of Calexico, Presentation Council Meeting March 4th, 2026, Public Works Department, Security Cameras, Installation Project for Parks. In accordance with City Council request, the Public Works Department is presenting this preliminary report detailing progress on the park security camera installation project. Foundational basis for recommendation. Why is it a good idea for a municipality to invest in security cameras in public city parks? Investment in park surveillance is designed to deliver both immediate and generational benefits. By providing a visible deterrent to illegal activity today, we ensure our parks remain safe, welcoming spaces that contribute to the long-term economic health and vitality of our community through increased property assessments and reduced criminal justice costs. It's well known that surveillance systems transform passive green spaces into actively managed assets. The primary value lies in shifting from reactive policing to proactive deterrence. Core strategic advantages. It's well known that surveillance systems transform passive green spaces into actively managed assets. The primary value lies in shifting from reactive policing to proactive deterrence. The silent deterrent, prevention. First, visible cameras act as a psychological barrier. Research indicates that up to 60% of opportunistic offenders avoid targets with overt surveillance. This hardening of the target reduces vandalism, graffiti, and illegal dumping without requiring a physical police presence. The digital witness, forensic value. High-definition footage provides objective evidence for investigations. Cameras capture critical details, vehicle tags, clothing, and timelines that eyewitnesses often miss. This leads to higher clearance rates for crimes and protects the municipality against false liability claims. Park Security Improvement Plan Index Map. Nosotros Park. Las Casitas Park. Rodriguez Park. Haber Park. Alameda Park. Adrian C. Cordova Park. Zapata Park. Joel Ryson Park. Meadows Park. Gutierrez Park. Carmen Estrada Soccer Field. Rockwood Plaza. City of Calexico, Camarina, Memorial Library, and Crummett Park. Economic revitalization. The safety premium. Perceived safety is the #1 driver of park utilization. When families feel safe, foot traffic increases, which in turn boosts local business revenue and stabilizes property values in the surrounding neighborhoods. A safe park becomes a community anchor rather than a liability. Preliminary cost-benefit analysis. Capital expenditures for the implementation of the city's video monitoring network are projected to be amortized through operational savings in the criminal justice system, as it may be anticipated a reduction of judicial and victim-related expenditure for every capital dollar invested. It's a classic case of spending a dime to save a dollar. Please note that it is critical to distinguish between hard savings, cash back in the budget, and societal savings, money the community doesn't lose. Preliminary cost estimates for the security cameras installation. Project for parks. Security Enhancement Initiative currently stand at $260,000, subject to further refinement during the final engineering phase. This concludes our preliminary report regarding the progress on the park security camera installation project. Per City Council request, the following is a presentation regarding the preliminary study report for the City of Calexico East Cole Boulevard and State Route 98, preliminary truck route count and analysis. Background: previous rehabilitation project. The Public Works Department of the City of Calexico, with its aim of improving its street system, developed a project to rehabilitate Cole Boulevard between M.L. King Avenue and Bowker Road. The project was authorized by City Council to be awarded for construction on July 25, 2024. Item 6, CC07-25-2024. Cole Boulevard asphalt pavement sections. Figure 1. Previous asphalt pavement section before the road restoration project. 3 inches of asphalt concrete over 15 inches of Class 2 base. Figure 2. Asphalt pavement section after the road restoration project completed on May 29, 2025. 4 and 5/8 inches of asphalt concrete over 15 inches of Class 2 base. Road classification of Cole Boulevard. Cole Boulevard is classified as a collector on the Imperial County Circulation Element. The purpose of a collector road is to distribute traffic from local streets to arterial roads. Cole Boulevard provides access from local streets in residential areas to arterial roads such as Imperial Avenue/State Route 111 to the west and State Route 98 to the east. For the city, it is important to maintain Cole Boulevard in excellent condition to provide a safe and comfortable street for its residents to get to and out of their homes, and for its visitors, both domestic and international, to encourage them to consume in the city. Truck traffic on Cole Boulevard. In addition to residential areas, Cole Boulevard also serves industrial and commercial zones, which rely on heavy truck traffic to deliver and serve goods. The truck traffic along Cole Boulevard undoubtedly affects the recently rehabilitated street, which might potentially affect the anticipated lifespan of the pavement. Truck Rerouting Study Project. Based on the classification of Cole Boulevard as a collector road and with an emphasis on providing access to residential areas, the alternative to reroute truck traffic from Cole Boulevard to other routes outside the city and then to State Route 111 is being considered. The main goal of this initiative is to preserve the rehabilitated boulevard for as much time as possible. FHWA truck classification and timeframe. The information utilized for this preliminary study is classified according to the Federal Highway Administration's FHWA Traffic Monitoring Guide. For the purpose of this analysis, Class 9 through 13 are being considered due to their weight, which is one of the most important factors in the deterioration of a pavement. The information being analyzed was for the time period of January 1st, 2026 until February 24th, 2026. Caltrans Station 664. With assistance from Caltrans Transportation Management Center, Calexico's Public Works Department gathered information from 2 traffic counting stations. This information provides a general landscape of the trucks that travel through Calexico. Station ID 664, between Cole Boulevard and the All-American Canal, indicates the traffic that drives west into Calexico, as well as driving east out of Calexico from State Route 98. Caltrans Station 666. The information of the trucks driving west through Cole Boulevard was derived from the information from Station 666, located along State Route 98, 1 mile west of State Route 7, less the trucks counted by Station 664 going west. Truck traffic into Calexico, State Route 98/Birch Street going west. Station ID 664. The daily average number of heavy trucks that drove westbound through SR 98/Birch Street is approximately 98 trucks, being 164 trucks the peak number registered during the time of the study. The least traveled days are Sundays. The days with the most traffic are Fridays. Truck traffic into Calexico. State Route 98/Birch Street going east. Station ID 664. The daily average number of heavy trucks that drove eastbound through SR 98/Birch Street is approximately 82 trucks, being 132 trucks the peak number registered during the time of the study. The least traveled days are Sundays. The days with the most traffic are Thursdays and Fridays. Truck traffic into Calexico, Cole Boulevard going west. Station ID 666 less. Station ID 664. The daily average number of heavy trucks that drove westbound through Cole Boulevard is approximately 229 trucks, being 384 trucks, the peak number registered during the time of the study. The least traveled days are Sundays. The days with the most traffic are Fridays. Legal basis for truck restrictions, City of Calexico Code of Ordinances. Chapter 10.32, Trucks and Heavy Vehicles. Section 10.32.020 Truck Routes. A. Establishment Authority. The Chief of Police is authorized to establish over an appropriate street or streets and to designate by appropriate signs through traffic routes for the movement of vehicles of 2 or more tons capacity designed for carrying merchandise, freight, or material. Legal basis for truck restrictions, California Vehicle Code, Division 11, Rules of the Road. Chapter 1, Obedience to and Effect of Traffic Laws. Article 3, Local Regulation, 21,101.
Because there's a lot of people here for other
Local
agenda
authorities
items,
for
and
those
this is going to
highways
take
under
like
their
another hour.
jurisdiction may adopt rules and regulations by ordinance or resolution, except as provided in subdivision F, on the following matters.
To continue. 2 more minutes?
Well, that, but then you have presentations, right? So that's going to take a lot longer.
Huh? And for the rest? Approximate? So a total of 5 minutes? 9 minutes? Okay, and then we're going to another video? All right.
I second the motion.
There's a motion and a second.
Madam, roll call.
Mayor Legaspi,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
No.
Councilmember Marquez,
No.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Continue on.
ways by certain vehicles, except as otherwise provided by the Public Utilities Commission pursuant to Article 2, commencing with Section 1031 of Chapter 5 of Part 1 of Division 1 of the Public Utilities Code. Legal basis for truck restrictions, California Vehicle Code, Division 15, Size, Weight, and Load. Chapter 5, Weight, Article 4, Local Authorities, 35,701. AA. Any city or county for a residence district may, by ordinance, prohibit the use of a street by any commercial vehicle or by any vehicle exceeding a maximum gross weight limit. B. The ordinance shall not be effective until appropriate signs are erected, indicating either the streets affected by the ordinance or the streets not affected, as the local authority determines will best serve to give notice of the ordinance. Preliminary study conclusions. Although there are no records of truck restrictions due to the quantity of trips along a road, there are some restrictions due to the weight of the vehicles. The high number of heavy trucks driving through Cole Boulevard is affecting the recently restored asphalt pavement, as it is intended to mainly serve residential areas, particularly to the east of M.L. King Boulevard. In order to preserve the rideability quality of Cole Boulevard, it is recommended to take action to alleviate the heavy traffic that uses this segment of road, ensuring that the residents of Calexico have a well-preserved road for years to come. Based on Chapter 10.32, Trucks and Heavy Vehicles, 10.32.020, Truck Routes, the Chief of Police might authorize the restriction of heavy truck not intended to serve the local industrial and commercial zones. Now, the Public Works Department anticipates to work with the Police Department to create a plan for the mitigation of the excessive heavy traffic traveling across the segment of Cole Boulevard between Bowker Road and M.L. King Avenue, which are not intended to serve the local industrial and commercial zones. This concludes the preliminary report for the truck route analysis of the City of Calexico. Thank you for your attention.
I guess, can you present without the video? Give us a synopsis on your last one.
I'm sorry, say again?
Can you present your last one without a video? Give us a synopsis on the last one.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, the final one is the restoration of one of the clarifier tanks at the wastewater treatment plant,
Right.
which is a key component. Basically, the idea is to illustrate, because when we talk about clarification tanks, most people don't have any sharp idea of what we are doing. And basically just a large tank which helps to remove the solids in the wastewater coming into the wastewater treatment plant by air injection. So overall, it's what it is. It's highly important for cities, and I would say to really understand what Public Works is doing. Most of the time, they just hear Public Works, but they don't have a really close idea of what we do, and it's not easy, it's not cheap, and it's a challenge that we work every single day. Not seeing the graphic, not seeing the pictures, not seeing the size of the tanks we are restoring, it's hard to really understand the magnitude of the benefits. However, I mean, overall, we are restoring infrastructure at the wastewater treatment plant. We anticipate to complete this specific restoration in about 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Villegas. Are we done with presentations? from the PD. Can you do this without the videos, or is it?
Yes, sir. So, 1 minute brief. The Calexico Police Department has been taking a balanced outreach plus enforcement approach to address unhoused persons while protecting public safety and connecting individuals to safety. First, the city adopted a camping regulation that allows officers to address encampments in public-private property creating health or safety concerns. Officers educate individuals, issue warnings, and when necessary, enforce violations, particularly with repeat issues, to keep the sidewalks, parks, businesses accessible to the community. Second, the officers actively work with service providers rather than simply displacing people. The department coordinates with organizations such as the County Social Services, Neighborhood Health Shelter Program, and the Sobering Center, which provides beds, food, hygiene items, case management, pathway to permanent housing for homeless individuals and families. They also connect people to emergency assistance programs offering food, clothing, rental help, and other stabilizing resources. Third, the CPD addresses criminal activity often tied to unsafe encampments, including trespassing in vacant properties, narcotic activities to protect both the homeless population and surrounding neighborhoods. The department collaborates with regional partners such as the housing programs, the county homeless strategic plan to guide individuals towards long-term housing and support rather than repeat law enforcement contacts. Finally, it should be noted that the justice system often requires individuals to participate in counseling and abstain from drug use, both of which may be contributing factors to being unhoused. Without these mandated programs, persons might not seek out the services. In summary, the Calexico Police Department focuses on compassionate outreach, connection to shelters, and services prevention of unsafe encampments and enforcement only when necessary to maintain public health and safety. And that's 1 minute.
Thank you. Any more presentations?
Yes, Mayor. So I was supposed to do a presentation for the Veterans Memorial. So just an update, I've been contacting vendors locally. We have one vendor that does engraving of marble or granite. And so it's my vision to change the Veterans Memorial, something similar to Mount Soledad. If you have time, ladies and gentlemen, if you can look up Mount Soledad, it's in La Jolla. It's something that I've kind of visioned seeing this Veterans Memorial turning into. One of the issues that we have is the people that are taking these plaques think that those plaques are of value, and they're not, but the damage is done once they do it. So what it's my vision is to have pieces of marble or granite engraved and to put a little bit more than what was there before, such as maybe a picture of the veteran or what branch of service he served, a little bit more in detail. It is my dream to see the veteran's picture along with his name, along with years of service and what branch he served, so that way it brings more of a connection. It's not just a name. You see the picture, it's up on the waterfall. It's something that we're not going to have, stolen because, there's no recyclable value to that piece of material. So I was able to find the actual company that actually created the plaques. I've gotten a couple quotes to replace a couple of the pieces of granite that are missing, and those are the ones that we're going to get engraved. We're in the process of making sure that all the names of the veterans are accounted for. We're going to reach out to those families to try to get a little bit more information to add more to it. So we're going to try to, when I say we're turning lemons into lemonade, we're going to make this better. We're going to rehab it, and hopefully you guys will be proud by the next time Veterans Day comes around. We'll get this thing going for you guys. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I just want to, Chief, and someone's going to help us with some of the funding?
Yes, Assemblyman Jeff Gonzalez has offered to pay for I've been in contact with his office, and he volunteered to pay for replacing the plaques.
Thank you, Chief. Okay.
So there'll be time for public comment.
Refrain to public comment. Any announcements?
Mayor, just one more update on the storm.
Okay, go ahead.
So we all know the storm request for disaster assistance related to the mid-September storm. Following the event, the city conducted a facility damage assessment, including an evaluation by Belfort, which is the city's provider for property restoration. The assessment included a scope of work which included ceiling tile replacements, drywall inspections, roof repairs, remediation in certain buildings, including 8 city facilities, and possibility of a full restoration of the airport restaurant building. Although the state of emergency was declared in Imperial County in December 2025, CalES determined that the impacts were not of sufficient severity to qualify us for funding at the time. But we are continuing to work with our insurance representatives and CalES so we can possibly get some funding here in the near future. Staff is currently working with legal to review the Belfort assessment contracts and associated scope of work, which should be coming to council in your next meeting for consideration.
Thank you, Chief. Any more? Okay. Moving on to any public announcements, council announcements? No? All right. Moving on to public comments and public appearance.
This is the time for the public to address the city council on any item not appearing on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. The city clerk will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. Group commentators may be requested to limit their group comments to 15 minutes. The city council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. If the item you wish to comment on is on the public portion of the agenda, we will take your comment when we get to the item on the agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the city council. The mayor and city council reserve the right to adjust this time limit based on the number of speakers who wish to address the mayor and the city council.
The non-agenda items will be limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. If the additional time is required for public comments, they will be heard towards the end of the meeting after discussion and potential action items. Right now, it is 7:27 p.m. It'll be paused till 8 p.m. Do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
Carmen Estrada.
Buenas noches, soy Carmen Estrada, presidenta y fundadora de la Liga de Calexico Parents Athletic Association. Nosotros tenemos 30 años aquí en Calexico dando nuestro servicio social aquí en Calexico y quiero primeramente agradecer porque apenas hace 2 meses de muchos años se ha visto el cambio en los lugares donde estamos nosotros, porque nosotros durante 30 años estuvimos poniendo sprinkles, estuvimos sembrando, estuvimos fertilizando y hacernos cargo de los campos totalmente, y agradezco que nos dieron los permisos para hacer esa actividad. De hecho, trajimos un proyecto de casi $400,000, que es Carmen Estrada, luz, el sistema de riego y árboles. Y así sucesivamente en varios campos con 125 árboles. Hay veces llegan personas aquí que no saben lo que hacemos nosotros como organización. Nuestra organización está totalmente en los campos que no son campos. Y yo quiero pedirles de favor, a cada momento lo digo y no voy a descansar a decir lo que voy a decir, porque quiero por favor que vayan al campo Casitas, está totalmente en la oscuridad. Los niños de high school no tienen dónde practicar. ¿Por qué? Porque se cayó un poste, no se ha reparado, también la luz está opaca y hay un poste que no tiene luz. Sí necesitamos, la verdad, ese campo, porque es el único campo que casi no se inunda. Y los 2 campos que tenemos, que es Carmen Estrada y Gutiérrez, se inundan a cada momento. También le quiero dar gracias a todo el Valle Imperial que nos prestan los campos. Estoy muy agradecida porque nos extienden las manos para que nos vayamos allá a jugar. Y Calexico High School tiene todo el tiempo, juega semifinales. Eso es algo grande para aquí, para Calexico. Por favor, ya volteen a vernos. Soccer necesita un campo de soccer. Fútbol americano está con nosotros en los campos. Banderitas también. Necesitamos un campo multiusos. Si el dinero que tienen ahorita, llévenselo a nosotros. Y un campo puede ser multiusos. Ahí se puede hacer banderitas, fútbol americano, incluso todos los deportes que ustedes quieren. Vayan a San Diego, un campo es para todos los deportes. Se los recomiendo. No desvíen el dinero para otro lado. Por favor, todos los deportes necesitamos una actividad. Todos tenemos derecho a tener eso. El dinero, llévenselo para allá. No se lo lleven para ninguna parte. Por favor, gracias.
Héctor Pérez.
Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es Héctor Pérez, soy enfermero desde hace 35 años, soy residente de Calexico por más de 20 años. Muchos de ustedes requirieron nuestros servicios en momentos de pandemia. Mr. Gaspi, usted fue uno de ellos, no olvide eso. La razón por la que estoy aquí es porque la propuesta que están haciendo acerca de que los residentes vamos a ser responsables de nuestras banquetas. Todo problema merece un root analysis para poder presentar una propuesta.
Excuse me, ¿de qué estás hablando?
Estoy hablando de la propuesta acerca de que los residentes de Calexico van a ser responsables de sus banquetas.
That's an agenda item, that's a discussion item.
Okay.
So you can't talk about that right now. That's when that comes up.
Okay, so
are you talking about the sidewalks? Order, please.
yo respeto su decisión. Permíteme,
Okay, are you talking about the sidewalk?
Okay, voy a yes. Talk about the sidewalk.
That's a discussion item. You can fill in your 3-minute form for the discussion item. You can come up when that comes out.
Okay, no
On
problem.
the sidewalks, you can't talk about the sidewalks right now.
Okay.
I know, but when the listen, guys, when you come up here, it's in regards to the whatever discussion. If it has to do with anything else but the discussion items, you can talk about that. Discussion items are stated when that agenda pops up. Do you guys?
Excuse me, un momento, por favor. Señora Gaspi, usted se merece todo el respeto.
Yeah.
Se merece todo el respeto usted. Y lo respeto. Y creo que nuestro público, que estamos aquí presentes, merecemos su respeto también.
Please refrain. Mr. Kim, please. If it's a discussion, if it's under a discussion item that you can talk about, but that discussion item has not appeared. Anything that has to do with anything else but what is written for on our agenda items, you can discuss. But those are the rules. Those are the rules. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Gaspi, excuse me. You say, when you initiate this conversation, when you made that,
I'm sorry,
excuse me, sir.
No, excuse me. I need to step in. This right now is for non-agenda items. So you can talk about anything that's within their subject matter that is not on the agenda. Item number 5, which is the sidewalks, we'll open that up and then you'll be able to come up during that
Okay, no
public
problem.
section.
I understand.
And you could speak at that time regarding that.
Okay.
So right now, if you want to speak about sidewalk, you can speak about anything as long as it's not anything that's on the agenda.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you explaining that, and I respect also. But I'm here to speak about the sidewalks, but it's not the right time. It's not the right item right
thank
now.
you, sir.
So I hope you give me the opportunity.
Of course.
To back
Once a sidewalk discussion item comes out, you can come up and talk. So thank you
Okay.
very much.
So the people asking when.
Okay, thank you very much. Next,
Miriam Ortega.
excuse me, everyone. Excuse me. Excuse me, everyone. Let me explain on the rules when it comes to council comments. Anything that has to do with an agenda item, you can come up and speak of it. Right now, it's public comments. You can talk about anything else, but not what is on our discussion items. Once that discussion item appears, you can discuss it. You can talk about it. But if it hasn't appeared, a sidewalk is going to come out. And once that sidewalk comes out, you can come up and do your 3-minute talk regarding to that matter. Do you understand? Those are the rules. Okay, can someone translate that into Spanish?
Okay, les voy a explicar poquito. See, you've been interpreting? Okay.
Okay,
Is
all
everybody
right.
wearing it?
Mayor,
Solo
Hold on, hold
rapidito,
on.
para que la gente entienda, no es que no se les permite hablar, es que hay una agenda que por ley se tiene que seguir. Entonces, en esta porción que estamos ahorita es comentario público. Pueden venir y hablar de lo que sea que no esté en la agenda. Pero si sí está en la agenda, tienen que esperar el turno y entonces vienen y hablan. El tema de las banquetas es el número 5, es casi sigue. Entonces, aquí es para que hablen de lo que sea, menos de nada que está en la agenda. Pero no ocupan irse, ese es el tema que sigue.
Okay. Any more public comments?
Miriam Ortega.
Buenas noches. Ese era mi punto. Mi punto aquí es simplemente que como ciudadanos no sabemos expresarnos. Discúlpenme mucho. Pero tenemos que entender y antes de venir y pararnos aquí, investigar un poquito lo que vamos a decir y de qué vamos a hablar. Creo que no podemos venir y pararnos y exigir simplemente. Tenemos que investigar y no nomás pedir. Tenemos que saber que todo lo que pidamos va a traer una consecuencia. Y yo estoy completamente seguro que las 5 personas que tenemos aquí representándonos, antes de poner algo en esa agenda, ustedes ya se sentaron y lo discutieron. Porque no se lo sacan de la manga, ¿verdad? Lo discutieron ustedes. Entonces nosotros como ciudadanos, antes de venir y exigir algo, necesitamos ver lo que estamos pidiendo, porque lo que pidamos va a traer una consecuencia, porque lo que nosotros no queramos que nos cobren va a ser porque lo vamos a pagar de otra manera. Entonces no solamente podamos pedir, no quiero pagarlo, no quiero hacerlo, no quiero y quiero que sea cuando yo quiera. Tenemos que seguir reglas, así es nuestro país. Estamos en Estados Unidos y así es, nos guste o no, necesitamos seguir las reglas. Gracias.
Mr. Kim, Young Kim.
Buenas noches, not honorable council member, and I feel like horrible today, and even you guys doesn't know the law, even lawyer. General comment that open to any city objects, city jurisdictions. They can be talked during the general comments or itemized. That they can be both. You go to convention, don't go look for the someplace else. Put in the go there, learn from the convention. They're going to tell you what you have to, you did not do it. Of course, you guys have a limit at 30 minutes. By 30 minutes, you are showing openly, saying we don't want to hear more. 30 minutes is enough. You guys are limiting, so showing us you're not going to do nothing more than 30 minutes. That's good, city council members. And also, one of my friends giving me a good idea, our council member, they don't know how to create a job. So they're gonna say, council member, they create the job, so citizens have to hire the consultant, hire the what's called the gardeners to clean their banquetas, okay? And they know.
Okay,
So not only that one, they said they're gonna save the money from there. They're gonna deduction, reducing us to pay less property tax, pay less sales tax, and they're gonna give us free beers like what you guys doing it. City can have the posada, people have a service, and you have everything there. So you guys have brilliant brains to give us all that discount from tonight. Thank you.
María Adriana Cota. Adriana Cota. Marta Hernández.
Mi nombre es Marta Hernández, soy residente, ¿verdad?, de la calle Gran, 637 Gran. Mi pregunta el día de hoy es, a esa calle entre Iri y Emilia tuvimos una gran inundación. Nuestras casas, todas, el agua se nos metió. Tuvimos arriba de 3 pies de agua en toda la vivienda. Yo quisiera saber cuál es el medio para poder recibir ayuda a los daños que nuestra propiedad está recibiendo cada vez que hay una inundación. Afuera de mi casa existe una alcantarilla y en la acera de enfrente está la otra alcantarilla. Yo reconozco que la ciudad de Calexico estuvo trabajando en reparar las alcantarillas porque me tocó ver que enfrente de mi casa se reparó el cemento, pero nosotros, todos los que vivimos en esa cuadra, quisiéramos saber si hay una manera que la ciudad pueda hacer que el agua corra hacia otro lugar. Quedamos en bajada, toda el agua que viene de las vías del tren hacia abajo descargan en mi propiedad y todo el agua que viene de la escuela Main hacia abajo también descarga en mi propiedad. Entonces, por más sacos de arena que ponemos en las puertas, el agua se filtra y de todos modos entra. Entonces, les pido, ¿verdad?, que nos ayuden, porque nuestra propiedad se está viendo dañada. Cada vez que hay una lluvia, pues a correr con sacos de arena, ¿verdad? Y aún así no podemos evitar la inundación. Entonces, si hay alguien de entre ustedes que nos pueda dar una respuesta para los residentes de la Gran, se los agradecería. Gracias.
Thank you. At the end, señora, habla con el Public Works después de la junta, Mr. Jesus Villegas, y él te puede, you can answer the question, okay, at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Patricia Paz.
Buenas tardes a todos, me llamo Patricia Paz y soy residente aquí de Calexico. El tema que yo quiero traer aquí son 2 pequeños temas. Nada que ver, yo creo, un poco más tranquilo de todo lo que hemos visto. Primero quisiera hablar de lo que viene siendo...
Can you get closer to the mic? Más cerca.
Más cerca, ok.
Thank you.
Patricia Paz, si se entendió el nombre, ¿no? Aquí en Calexico vivimos en una zona desértica donde ocupamos que el clima sea un poco más agradable y cordial para todos. Yo siempre he visto que aquí a los árboles los talan y los cortan muy feo. Yo quisiera sugerir un curso para jardineros, porque yo sé que la situación está tan difícil que muchos compramos una podadora y cortamos los zacates el fin de semana como un ingreso opcional, adicional. Pero realmente el tratar un árbol que puede ayudarnos hasta modificar el clima, acabar con las alergias y tanto polvo aquí en la ciudad, implica un curso que se les enseñe, que se les oriente, porque eso de que el árbol esté grandioso con hojas y que venga un jardinero y lo moche y deje 3 palos así cuando el árbol estaba frondoso dando sombra, no encuentro una explicación lógica para eso. Entonces yo sé que a veces el árbol pues se le tiene que cortar la punta para que ya no crezca y se haga ancho, y abajo cortarle para que pueda uno estar abajo de él. Pero todos los árboles en negocios, en casas, veo que están frondosos y en pleno verano les mochan todas las hojas. Entonces digo, aquí ocupamos sombras, no que les den formas bonitas, porque aquí ocupamos sombras para refugiarnos, ¿sí? Porque puede ayudarnos también a mover un poco el clima y con la salud de las alergias. Ese es un tema que me gustaría mucho ver para la gente, pues que se hiciera como un curso oficial para jardineros, para que pudieran tratar correctamente los jardines y tener unos vista como la que tenemos en Palm Springs, en Indio, que aunque tenemos el mismo clima, tienen una vegetación, flores y árboles preciosos. Entonces, ¿por qué Calexico no puede tenerlo? 2, mucha gente les gusta pasear su perrito en las calles, pero no tienen la cultura de recoger las gracias que sus perritos hacen. Entonces los dueños de casa hacemos muchos corajes porque a veces no tenemos animalitos para tener nuestros jardines limpios y sale uno y está lleno de popis de perritos. Entonces yo no sé si se pueda, qué se tiene que hacer para que la gente se concientice y se responsabilice de su mascotita, porque yo veo que la sacan a la calle para que no ensucien sus casas, pero ensucian lugares públicos, parques, donde vas caminando o vas corriendo y ya pisaste. Entonces debe de haber una disciplina, una cultura de que ser responsable de tu animal, que tal vez se haga una campaña en donde la gente salga con su bolsita.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Julio Rocha.
Buenas noches, audiencia. Gracias por venir. Es lo que ocupamos,
Can you face
el
us,
apoyo.
please? Thank you.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Yo nomás les quería comentar que, y lo voy a decir en español porque muchos residentes, de que ya vamos en 2 años y ocupamos que los miembros del concilio trabajen juntos, positivamente, no negativamente. Gracias.
No more general public comments.
Moving on to the city manager's report.
I have none, Mayor. Thank you.
Moving on to the commissioner's report. They mentioned the quota.
I'm sorry. ¿Quién?
Quota. They did mention a quota.
Perdón, dije Adriana Cota. Sí, sí. Disculpa.
Yes.
Sí. No entendí, Adriana. Disculpe.
Voy a hablar en español porque la mayoría de las personas aquí no tienen los auditivos y para que entiendan. Mi nombre es Marta Leticia Aldana Cota, soy residente de la ciudad de Calexico por muchísimos años. Conozco a todos los, bueno, no a todos, la mayoría de los que están aquí enfrente y a la mayoría de los que están acá atrás de mí. Hacía mucho que no venía y voy a hacer segunda a lo que dijo el señor que habló hace ratito. Yo voy a serles sincera, yo no voté por ninguno de ustedes, pero sin embargo los apoyo porque están allí como mis representantes. Pero hay que recordar, tenemos que hacer a un lado nuestros problemas personales y trabajar por lo que se les eligió, para representar y hacer lo mejor para su comunidad. Lo otro es que, hace mucho tiempo que no venía, he estado súper ocupada, pero ya me van a ver aquí más seguido. Mi hoja es meant to be doble porque no estaba otra para public comments y para el número 5. Muchas gracias.
Okay. Moving on to commissioners' reports. No commissioners? Moving on to city council comments and reports of meetings attended. I'm going to start on my right. Councilmember Nudukumbo, can you please start again?
Is this going to be the rotation?
It's going to
Or
be.
you're going to be changing it
I'm
up?
going to be changing it around.
Okay. I have no comments. In the interest of the people's time, I have no comment.
Okay. Councilmember Talenda?
Likewise, I have no comment, so we don't waste more time. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Adriana Marquez?
Good evening. Since our last meeting, I was able to meet with the Senior Community Center group, with Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, with Norma Gerardo, in reference to the concerns that they have brought up. We're working with them to making sure that we're better serving them and their needs as a community. Also, I was able to attend the ICTC meeting alongside Mayor Pro Tem Calderon. And we also had another meeting last week with Public Works in regards to updates and follow-up projects and any needs within that department. And that's all that I have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. February 20th, I think it was Mayor Legaspi, Ms. Marquez, and I attended the Little League opener, where we had the honor to throw the first balls. I think it was a good event. A lot of our citizens were there, and I just look forward to going to more games. Ms. Marquez already mentioned that we have met with the seniors from the community center. They continue to work with us, and I want to thank Ms. Gerardo for joining us and hearing out our seniors' concerns. On February 24th, I met, Mayor Legaspi and I met with county officials regarding the West Anza Bridge and infrastructure projects. This bridge, the funding continues to hopefully will come to Calexico so we can eventually get that fixed, get that bridge fixed. On February 25th, I attended the ICTC meeting. LTA has put aside a 5% for Calexico traffic study and traffic control assistance. And I just, CM, if you can follow up on that, that could give us more traffic controllers. Also approved a reimbursement agreement between ICTC and the city of Calexico, roadway improvement between 3rd Street, Heffernan Avenue, and Rockwood Avenue. What we're doing, Calexico, our officials are kind of piggybacking on the contract that we have now, or at least ICTC has, so we can pave some of the streets in downtown. And another thing, Caltrans also confirmed that Calexico received a grant for $286,000 for the Clean California, and I want to thank Ms. Bowen for the job of this. And last but not least, for those that have seniors or children in community colleges. SAG, which is the Southern California Association of Government, announced their 2006 SAG scholarship program, and it's $4,000, and they're going to be awarding 9 students throughout the valley. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The meeting that I have attended, along with Mayor Pro Tem Calderon and City Manager Martinez and Public Works Villegas, was with Board of Supervisor Escobar and Planning Director David Dale regarding the Anza Bridge and what's coming next for the future of the restoration that's been not available for the past 4 years, approximately. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, CM Martinez, Public Works Villegas, and I met with Senator Padilla's staff regarding the New River project. Councilmember Calderon and Councilmember Marquez and I had the honor to throw the first pitch at the opening for the Little League. Councilmember Calderon, Councilmember Marquez, Mayor Pro Tem Calderon and Councilmember Marquez and I attended the Fair Kickoff IV Fairground event where we met stakeholders and other city council members. I attended the Chinese New Year's Lunar Year event at the Grand Plaza. There was lots of Asian crafts that was being distributed and lots of entertainments going on. If you hear my voice shaking a little bit, I have a sore throat, and if you see me drinking this, it's honey. So, another thing that I would like to also mention, there's been a lot of comments out there reference to why isn't Legazpi voting for the Cordova Park? There was a letter submitted to the Fair Political Practice referencing to why I cannot vote regarding to the Cordova Park. And the reason why I can't vote, it was the recommendations of our city attorney and the Fair Political Practice Act that it's a conflict of interest. Yes, I would like to vote, but I cannot vote. I have been informed by both the city attorney and the FPPC that you can't vote, and I don't want to go to jail. So that's the reason why. There's been a lot of comments out there saying that, he's just recusing himself because he lives there. Yes, I do live there. I'm 500 feet from the park. So I'm just right across the field from the baseball diamonds. And that's the reason why I cannot vote. Do I wish that I can vote? Yes. But do I want to get in trouble with FPPC and with the district attorney's office? No. And that's the reason why I cannot vote. Thank you. Moving on to discussion and potential items.
Consent agenda.
I'm sorry?
Consent
I'm sorry.
agenda.
Moving on to the consent agenda. Do we have any public comments for the consent agenda?
No, we don't.
Okay. Do I have a motion for approval?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, second by Councilmember Marquez. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legazpi?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to discussion and potential action item number 5, the adoption of a sidewalk repair and replacement policy by City Council resolution and introduction and first reading by title only of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Calexico, California, adopting Chapter 12.06 to the City of Calexico Municipal Code establishing property owner responsibilities for the maintenance of sidewalk, parkways, and trees and shrubs in the public right-of-way. Do I have a staff report, please?
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, honorable members of council. I'll go through this brief presentation for you. So it may come as a surprise to many property owners when they discover that under state law, the public sidewalks next to their property are their responsibility to maintain. And also under state law, the parkway or park strip or parking strip as it's referred to in state law is also the public's responsibility to maintain. So public perception, not only here in Calexico, but across the state is similar. A lot of people are under the impression that it's the city's responsibility. But state law has placed this responsibility on property owners, and this law, it's Streets and Highways Code Section 5610, has been in place since 1941. Unfortunately, whether or not this council adopts this ordinance, it does not change this law, as state law supersedes local ordinances, and this law will continue to be in place, and the responsibility will still fall on the property owner. Okay. So first I'll explain the areas of responsibility. So this is a typical type of neighborhood where the parkway or park strip is in front of the sidewalk between the street and the sidewalk. So the yellow line there, that's a typical property line in this type of configuration where it's along the interior of the sidewalk. So that's the property line, and then this is the curb and gutter, the lines in blue. And under state law, and then this is the park strip, parking strip. A lot of people know it as parkway, but this green area, which is the area between the sidewalk and the curb and gutter, is also part of the state law 5610, Streets and Highways Code. And so this area in purple is, even though it's in the public right-of-way, under state law, it's the responsibility of the adjoining property owner to maintain. And here's another typical configuration. This is more typical in the newer neighborhoods in Calexico where the sidewalks are contiguous to the street. So in this situation, normally the property line is 5 feet behind the interior of the sidewalk. And that area between the property line and the sidewalk is also a parking strip, even though it's in the public right-of-way. So similarly, so the curb and gutter here is highlighted by this blue line, dashed blue line, and then similarly, the area of responsibility is this area in purple. So firstly, I just want to clarify what, under current law, state law, owner responsibilities are. So the purpose of this ordinance really is to build upon the requirement to maintain the landscape strip, because state law is vague on what exactly it means to maintain a landscape strip. So what this ordinance does is really try to have a standard of care for people's shrubs, landscaping, hardscapes within that area. In the past, the city hasn't really implemented this, and you can see throughout the city that a lot of landscaping is not being maintained. People are allowing overgrown vegetation in these parkways, overgrown trees, or people have failed to water their trees and they've died and they cause a public hazard. So this ordinance is meant to address that issue. It's more focused on the landscaping rather than the actual sidewalk concrete area, because that doesn't change in accordance with state law whether or not the property owner needs to maintain the concrete area. So the city, of course, has limited funding. We haven't had an ordinance like this in place. We don't have a policy, so right now the way it's enforced is really arbitrary. Even when the city has done repairs in the past, some of it's been based on complaints, but there's been no policy in place, so there's really no method for the public works director to follow based on city established policy for prioritizing what sidewalks to replace throughout the city. And because there's limited staffing, the city can't, unfortunately, repair every sidewalk that's in bad condition. So once again, the purpose of this ordinance is not meant for active enforcement of sidewalk repairs. The city will not have an inspector going out looking for damaged sidewalks. That's not the purpose of the ordinance. In fact, it's not advisable. Our risk management advises the city against this because by creating a log, it actually makes us legally vulnerable if we're actually going and actively identifying sidewalk repairs. So it's primarily, as I mentioned, primarily meant to enforce maintenance of trees and landscaping per state law. So I'll highlight the section of state law. So it says when the area between the property line and the adjacent property and the street line is maintained as a park or parking strip. So in our ordinance, we have basic standards of care for watering, tree trimming, weed removal, dirt removal, and this is to avoid degradation of the sidewalk. So if you notice around town, if folks don't maintain their sidewalks, they keep them with weeds, or there's even dirt or dead trees or dirt that just erodes onto the sidewalk. A lot of people do not maintain the sidewalk clear from even dirt because they don't even have landscaping on their property. So this actually degrades the sidewalk. And so eventually it could cause damage to the sidewalk. And this is what we're trying to prevent with this ordinance. So that folks like this property owner, where they do maintain their landscape strip and their trees, are not responsible for going and having to repair other property owners' sidewalks that are not being maintained and repaired. Because ultimately, why should this property owner have to repair the sidewalks or cut the trees for a negligent property owner? So that's the idea with this ordinance. And numerous jurisdictions have an ordinance like this in place, including the city of Brawley. Brawley has a very robust ordinance that they adopted in 2021 that's very similar. Imperial has an ordinance. El Centro doesn't have an ordinance, but we confirmed that they have a policy where they implement these kind of standards. And so another aspect of the ordinance is it tries to address a pervasive issue that the city has, particularly in its downtown area with trash. This was taken, these are just various locations throughout downtown where there's a lot of litter just throughout the downtown and sidewalk areas. And it's just pervasive. The city, working with Republic Services, our Public Works Department, we've been trying to do our part to pick up the litter. I know that we have crew in the morning picking up the litter along the sidewalks, in the alleys, but even then, customers still go and discard trash. And there's no way really for them to dispose of it currently, other than to toss it in the sidewalk. So, based on walkthroughs that we've done downtown with council members and other staff, we brainstormed, we saw some businesses that had receptacles, like the business here, and their storefronts were very tidy. Whereas the businesses that didn't offer receptacles, for the most part, had a lot of trash. So the idea came that kind of building upon this ordinance, because there is a nexus with the sidewalks, that we include that merchants provide an adequately sized waste receptacle near the source entrance. Now the store would decide what's appropriate for their store based on the type of waste that they generate on site or the number of customers they get. For example, this store, this waste receptacle is sufficient in size. As you can see, it's not overflowing and the store is tidy. And they're preventing litter from going onto city sidewalks. Of course, it won't address the issue entirely because you do have folks who are not necessarily customers downtown that may just be walking through downtown going to Mexico. but it should help with some of the litter. And the ordinance is flexible, as I mentioned, so it's the business that decides on the type of waste receptacle. Even here at City Hall, we have waste receptacles at the entrance. So it's really dependent upon the needs of the business. And so this is, in speaking to merchants, I know that a lot of them were a little tepid with this proposal. But in speaking, and I know it's council priority that we address this issue. It's been long-standing. And this is just one idea. So it can be stricken from the proposed ordinance. It can move forward. It could be modified. We could try it for a number of months, and if it doesn't work out, if we don't see any progress, we can always come back with a zoning ordinance text amendment and rescind this provision of the ordinance if we don't see that it's being effective as we anticipated, or if we work toward another solution. So another thing that this ordinance does is that it does reassert the owner responsibility. And so when owners are negligent in maintaining their sidewalks, it makes sure that it doesn't entirely eliminate our legal responsibility, but it makes sure that if the owner is negligent, that they bear some of the responsibility as well, so that it doesn't fall on the taxpayer. For example, if someone is, and a very typical claim that the city gets is from falling branches and limbs, and so we get a lot of claims against those. So just in general, it's unfair for most property owners who do maintain their trees to have to pay through their taxes claims through the city for negligent property owners that are not adequately maintaining their landscaping. And this type of ordinance is recommended by PARMA, which is the Public Agency Risk Management Association, also by the JPIA, and I know that we want to rejoin the JPIA. Of course, if we reduce our risk, it may be more probable, or we may have a better likelihood of being more appealing to JPIA. And so the proposed sidewalk repair and replacement policy. So as a reminder, right now we don't have a policy. We're basically shooting from the hip. We're not really sure. The Public Works Director, who's been here for about 6 months, he's not sure how in the past we decided how to repair sidewalks, how to prioritize it. But this sidewalk repair and replacement policy puts something in place, whereas right now we don't have anything. So as a general policy, the overarching policy is that the city will still strive to make repairs on its own based on funding and grants, and we'll prioritize sidewalk improvements based on the city's capital improvement program. And the city's capital improvement program, the priorities therein are chosen by the city council. So as part of that CIP, we'll decide what sidewalks are repaired in what order. So we also don't have a policy in place about what to do when we get complaints. So right now we may just get complaints and say, well, it's your responsibility under state law, too bad. This policy will actually require the Public Works Department to investigate the complaint, and then based on current standards and including legal standards, and those may change over time. That's why that's left in there as just current standards. They'll investigate if a hazard exists, the severity of the hazard, and then we'll notify the property owner and work with the property owner if there is an imminent hazard. If the property owner is uncooperative, we'll work with them, then the city will go ahead and we absolutely have to make the repair because it is a severe hazard. It could be a severe trip hazard. We'll take on the expense, but then we'll place the city's cost on the property owner tax roll. So these are just extreme situations. It's not very common where the city would go and cite property owners. Really, the idea here is try to work with property owners where a severe hazard is encountered. For those property owners that are on limited income, for example, senior citizens, there's a carve-out where if the cost is less than $500 for the city, say that it's a simple grinding to even out the sidewalk, then there won't be any cost on the property owner. Now, if the cost is greater than $500, for example, it may be if it requires significant replacement, because of course sidewalks are expensive to repair, then we would place a lien on the property the payment won't be due until the property is sold, so that the city can recover its money and then possibly reinvest the money elsewhere in other sidewalk repairs. So the policy also states that if there's new development or redevelopment that has a valuation of over $150,000, the Public Works Director can require the developer to repair sidewalk panels, or in instances when the sidewalk has been clearly damaged by the property owner. For example, in this instance, even though it's not 100% sure because so much time has expired, but in this instance, at one point, this property had curb, gutter, sidewalk. They demolished the building. They probably used heavy equipment to demo the building, and then they destroyed the city sidewalk. So this policy would give the authority to the Public Works Director, if it can be established that the owner damaged the sidewalk, the Public Works Director could order the property owner to repair the sidewalk that they damaged. And this also occurs very frequently in, like for trucking facilities, they often cut the curb, they'll damage the sidewalk there. For example, this drive apron is really cracked, and this is where this is a trucking facility with a lot of heavy semi-trucks. And so in this instance, likewise, it would be responsibility of the property owner to repair the damage that they've caused and not the regular Calexico citizen taxpayer. So most folks would, so it's also kind of an issue of fairness. Should, your regular taxpayer that their sidewalk is in good condition, they're not negligent, they don't drive an RV over the curb and gutter and sidewalk, should they pay to repair a sidewalk damaged by the property owner? So that's a policy decision as well. So at this point, these are the options for council. We can continue to conduct public outreach and further refine the proposed policy and ordinance. We can adopt the proposed policy and ordinance as is and conduct outreach to educate the public on roles and responsibilities before we enforce it. Or we can maintain the status quo, which is no change from current practices. That concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Call for public comments.
I'm going to call two names. Please come up to the microphone when I call your name. Juan Moran and Berta Carreño.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and public. I'm Juan Moran from Vega Street. I want to begin by thanking Mr. Coyne for the updated and comprehensive staff report. We appreciate the time and effort that went into preparing this for the council and for the residents of Calexico. The added detail and the clearer enforcement explanations are meaningful improvements, and I want to acknowledge that work. But even with these improvements, one major issue still needs to be clearly defined: the city's voluntarily sidewalk repair practices. The staff report states that the city may voluntarily repair sidewalks, for example, as part of the grant-funded capital improvement project. The policy also states that the city will strive to include sidewalk repairs in capital projects when funding is available. But nowhere in the ordinance, the policy, or the staff report is there any explanation of how the city will choose when to act, what circumstances justify intervention, or what standards will guide those decisions. This lack of definition creates a real risk, not just for residents, but for the city itself. Without clear criteria, any administration, now or in the future, could face accusations of favoritism, selective enforcement, or unequal treatment between neighborhoods. And even if no favoritism exists, the absence of written standards leaves the city vulnerable to that perception. A clear policy is not just good governance, it protects staff, the council, and the public by ensuring decisions are consistent, transparent, and based on objective criteria. This ordinance and policy shifts significant financial and legal responsibilities onto property owners, yet most residents will not be aware of this until they receive a notice or a citation in the mail. For a change of this scale, the city should be conducting broad, proactive outreach, mailers, social media, community meetings, and bilingual materials, so residents understand what is changing and what is expected of them. Right now, the city has total discretion. It may repair a sidewalk or it may not. It may include a neighborhood in a capital project or it may not. And because the city will not proactively inspect sidewalks and will only respond to complaints, the process becomes dependent on who knows how to navigate the system. This is exactly the type of situation where a future administration could be accused of acting unfairly, even if it believes it's acting in good faith. For that reason, I respectfully urge the council to direct staff to develop and present a clear, written, objective set of criteria that defines when the city will voluntarily repair a sidewalk, how those decisions will be prioritized, what standards will apply across all neighborhoods, and how the city will ensure equal treatment for all residents. This is not about opposing the ordinance. It is about ensuring that the city protects itself, its residents, by establishing a fair, consistent, and transparent process. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, señores del concilio. Buenas tardes a los residentes que se encuentran acompañándonos en este lugar. Mi nombre es Berta Carreño, soy residente de la ciudad de Calexico, 1141 y 2nd Street. Y como residente de esta ciudad, activamente involucrada en las necesidades de un sector de la población que requiere de mucha atención y servicios, la población senior, a la que pertenezco orgullosamente, y los cuales me preocupa mucho su bienestar y que tengan más oportunidades. Me siento muy impactada por la intención de aprobar esta ley que simplemente a primera vista parece muy injusta, aunque el señor Coy nos hizo una presentación en la cual el lenguaje es muy diferente de lo que se menciona en la proposición que está en la agenda y que se está presentando para ser aprobada el día de hoy. Realmente el lenguaje en esa proposición es mucho más agresivo, requiere de muchas más responsabilidades del residente, y les voy a decir así concretamente los puntos que a mí me parecieron que son muy impactantes para la población. Número 1, reparación y mantenimiento y reparación de banquetas, incluyendo remover y reemplazar una banqueta. El costo de remover y reemplazar una banqueta es muy elevado. Tomemos en consideración que esta ciudad es una ciudad pobre y es una ciudad cara además. El costo de vida de esta ciudad es 8% más arriba del promedio nacional. Y en los ingresos y el desempleo estamos en un límite de pobreza en donde el 28% de la población está en límites de pobreza extrema. ¿Cómo puede un residente pagar $5,000, $10,000 por remover y reemplazar una banqueta. Eso es imposible. Y además, si no lo hace o si no paga y si la ciudad paga, le van a poner un embargo en su casa, en su única propiedad, en su patrimonio, en lo que está pagando por años. ¿Cuántas personas, senior residents, tenemos que viven en un ingreso limitado, que han vivido en sus casas por tantos años y que las han pagado con mucho sacrificio? Ahora es su única propiedad y va a tener un embargo porque no pudieron pagar y reemplazar una banqueta? Y que además es parte de la infraestructura de la ciudad, que la ciudad tiene una responsabilidad de mantener esa estructura. El otro punto que se me hace también interesante y que importante es el mantenimiento de los árboles que están sembrados por la ciudad afuera de las propiedades. Esos árboles, muchos sí se pueden mantener por los residentes, pero las palmas es otra historia. Las palmas, ¿saben cuánto cuesta podar una palma?
Thank you, ma'am.
¿Sabe cuánto pues
Time's
cuesta?
up.
Ok,
Thank you, ma'am.
gracias, muchas gracias.
Margarita Ocampo, Julio Rocha. Margarita Ocampo.
Está chaparrita. Bueno, buenas noches otra vez. Well, I just want to mention, actually comment, and hopefully this, the city can look into it, the city council can look into it, that, my recommendation is there's a lot of funds out there, grants, that the city council should look into it, or the city, right? The United States is giving trillions of dollars out there, so that means that there's a lot of money to give out, especially to our city too, because we're part of the U.S. Thank you.
Miguel Coronel, Sara Angulo.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde, miembros del consejo y ciudadanos de Calexico. Mi nombre es Aranguiano. Me opongo firmemente a la ordenanza que pretenden hacer responsable a los propietarios por la reparación y responsabilidad legal de las banquetas públicas frente a sus casas. Las banquetas son parte del derecho de la vía pública bajo el Código de la Calle, Carreteras y de California, sección 5600. La ciudad tiene la autoridad y responsabilidad de mantenerlas. El hecho de que estén frente a una propiedad privada no las convierte en propiedad privada. Además, bajo el Código del Gobierno, sección 835, una entidad pública es responsable por condiciones peligrosas en propiedad pública cuando tienen conocimiento y no actúa. Esta ordenanza parece intentar trasladar esa responsabilidad legal a los ciudadanos. También debemos de considerar el impacto económico. Reparar una banqueta puede costar entre 500, 5,000 o más. Para muchas familias en Calexico eso representa un cargo financiero significativo. Imponer ese costo sin considerar la capacidad económica afecta de manera desproporcionada a residentes de bajos ingresos. No es justo que los ciudadanos paguen dos veces, primero con sus impuestos para infraestructura pública y después de su propio bolsillo por el mantenimiento que corresponde a la ciudad. Les pido respetuosamente que voten no a esta ordenanza y en su lugar busquen fondos estatales y programas como el Active Transportation Program para reparar nuestras banquetas de manera justa y responsable. Las banquetas son públicas, la responsabilidad debe de seguir siendo pública. Muchas gracias.
Buenas noches a todos, público en general, City Council. Mi nombre es Miguel Coronel, soy de la 704H Ramos. And I'm here today, I'm going to speak in Spanish, since mostly of the people here speak Spanish. Entonces, estamos totalmente en contra de esta ordenanza. Yo opino que, y qué bueno que lo dejaron en la pantalla, que la número 3, tal y como está ahorita, que se quede donde la ciudad es responsable por la seguridad de la ciudadanía. Los ciudadanos pagamos impuestos, los ciudadanos hacemos nuestra parte. Creo que la ciudad debe de ser también su parte. Como miran atrás de mí, la mayoría de la gente aquí es de tercera edad. No les quiten la tranquilidad. Ellos ya pagaron muchos impuestos, ellos tienen su propiedad, su patrimonio, donde deben de poder descansar y no estar pensando, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué va a pasar? Me voy a preocupar. Van a tener que estar viendo las banquetas todo el día, asegurarse que nadie o que nada le pase a la gente caminando por ahí. Así que les pido que reconsideren esta ordenanza que no queremos, que no la pasen y que busquen. La ciudad tiene la manera, y especialmente tenemos una persona de grants que puede ver la manera de buscar fondos para poder mantener Calexico como queremos mantenerlo. Queremos un Calexico limpio, queremos un Calexico seguro, pero no se lo pongan o no se lo carguen a la ciudadanía, a la gente que ya está pagando su impuesto. Gracias.
You, Kim, and Héctor Pérez.
Hasta tenemos este sorpresado que aquí en Estados Unidos propiedad de muy importante para el dueño de propiedad. Usted de gobierno quitaron de frente de mi casa, se hizo Sidewalk para public necesitas. ¿Y por qué nosotros ni se reparar eso? Ustedes no dejan nada para tenerlo hasta Sidewalk, no puede poner balbol, no puede hacer nada. Ustedes deben ser cuidarlo eso. Esa es su responsabilidad que banqueta. Y también ustedes algo balazos de su cerebro. ¿Cómo quitaron todas las basuras, botes de basura? Y dejaron sencillo de Calexico como Savage Town. Ahorita ya se tienen limpiando. ¿Por qué necesitan negociantes para limpiarlo toda la calle? Ustedes tienen responsabilidad limpiarlos, mantenerlos. ¿Por qué es que van a ponerlo con nosotros? No quiere trabajar, vete a su casa. Aquí no queda. ¿Por qué robando impuestos de ciudad? ¿Por qué ustedes recibiendo, empleadas recibiendo dinero de todos, dineros, sales tax, property tax? Con razón, ustedes tenían muchos piezas el año pasado. ¿Necesitan cubrir eso? Ustedes haciendo legal cerveza y colectando muchos parking para downtown. ¿Qué pasó ustedes? ¿Ustedes quién? ¿Cuándo dice que se va a adjudicar ciudad? Cuando exportación, ustedes nunca dicen eso, pero su acción está. Mentirosos. ¿Qué haciendo ustedes?
Keep up with the subject matter, please.
¿Perdón?
Keep up with the subject matter.
Sí.
Number 5.
It's a subject. Porque ustedes están tomando la mala decisión. Ustedes tienen abogados, no sirven tampoco. Ustedes no sirven tampoco. Por eso está pasando eso. Trabajarlo bien su trabajo. Estudiar la ley, perdida Brown Law. Con nosotros no era dueño de banqueta. Ustedes tienen responsabilidad, cuidarlos y servicio comunitario. Gracias.
Buenas noches de nuevo. Primero que nada, yo no vengo a debatir, vengo a apoyar. Tanto apoyar a la comunidad a la que pertenezco y apoyar a mis representantes. La propuesta de las banquetas está fuera de lugar. Nos diste una gran presentación. Desde 1943 existe esta ley. No la conocía. Gracias por la información. Lo estoy cultivando hoy. Pero ¿por qué hasta hoy? ¿Por qué hasta hoy esta propuesta? Podemos buscar alternativas. Tenemos en el concilio o tenemos un representante que se encargue de grants. Estamos en Estados Unidos. Si tenemos un good writer para pedir un buen grant, nuestra ciudad estará mejor. No vengo a reclamarles, les vengo a pedir que apoyen a nuestra comunidad, a la que ustedes pertenecen. Ustedes decidieron estar ahí. Ustedes pidieron nuestro voto para estar ahí. Nosotros se los dimos a ustedes porque creímos en ustedes. Ahora ocupamos que ustedes nos apoyen. Gracias.
Aldana Cota and Jesus Héctor Vega.
Leticia Aldana Cota, 417 Rosemont. Y voy a hablar de nuevo en español. Si alguien hay aquí que no entienda, me dice y se lo digo en inglés. Estoy de acuerdo en que se mantenga en el 3, pero también estoy de acuerdo completamente que sí es cierto que habemos varias personas que no mantenemos nuestra área frente a la calle, pero habemos muchos que sí. Y voy a hacer referencia, tenía algo similar a lo que todos dijeron, pero no tengo que repetir lo mismo. Pero voy a hacer referencia a lo que comentó mi amiguita Carmen, Carreño. Yo frente a mi casa tengo 2 palmas, que son unos como ejotes, gigantotes. Y hace años la ciudad compró una máquina precisamente para limpiar esas palmas. Yo no puedo limpiarlas. ¿Cuánto cobran por limpiarlas? $500, $600. Entonces yo les recomiendo a ustedes, quiten las mentadas palmas si ustedes las pusieron, bueno, la ciudad. ¿Ok? Yo antes, y todos saben, había llaves para regar el zacate de afuera que la ciudad ponía. La quitaron, la agua subió, regamos, limpiamos. No nos pueden hacer culpables a los que lo hacemos por los que no. Ustedes tienen code enforcers, queden así, mándenlos a trabajar, a que revisen y entonces empiecen a multar de casa en casa los que no lo están haciendo. Pero no nos incluyan a todos en eso, porque otra cosa que no han tomado en cuenta es el seguro de casa. De por sí, todas las aseguranzas se fueron de California porque no quieren asegurar casas en California. ¿Por qué? Por las lumbres, las quemazones, gracias. Por X. Imagínense si algo así sucede y el pobre dueño de la casa tiene que ser responsable porque alguien se lastimó en una banqueta que no es ni de ellos. Si ustedes me dan el título de esa propiedad, yo voy a acercar y no voy a dejar a nadie pasar. A mí no me pueden hacer responsable por la propiedad de la ciudad. Alguien mencionó de árboles secos. Yo tengo, no quiero decir años, pero llamando a la ciudad, hay árboles muertos, secos, aquí, allá. ¿Qué pasa con su code enforcement? Para eso lo tienen. No pueden pasarle a uno su chamba. Por favor, cárguense las pilas y busquen fondos de otra forma. Pero también yo sé que la ciudad ocupa dinero, pero no a expensas de sus residentes, por favor. Solamente los que violan la ley. Gracias.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Jesús Héctor Vega, soy residente de Calexico y les quiero comentar nada más que ustedes como ayuntamiento tienen el derecho de ejercer lo que es y yo como organismo de ejercer tanto el poder legislativo como ejecutivo. Espero que entiendan los que están enfrente la diferencia entre uno y otro. Sí, bueno, y como dicho organismo y a cualquier cambio de ley, crean derechos y obligaciones. Y estas obligaciones y derechos a nosotros nos van a permitir, como comentaba aquí la señora que acaba de pasar, que la banqueta va a ser propiedad de nosotros, si nosotros la pagamos. Entonces vamos a negarle la entrada o el acceso al pedazo peatonal a la gente para evitar cualquier problema, o vamos entonces a crear una rampa para meter nuestros carros, aprovechando el raite, como decimos, ¿no? También se va a poder porque pues es de nosotros, va a ser nuestra propiedad si nosotros invertimos en ella, va a ser parte de nuestro patrimonio. Yo creo que lo que comentaban ahorita también de la limpieza, yo por ejemplo tengo un pick-up, hago la limpieza y para evitarles a ustedes estarle hablando para que recolecten las cosas, yo lo subo, voy, pero tengo que ir al otro condado a tirar mi basura. No hay un centro de recolección aquí en Calexico que me puedan recibir el escombro, la basura. Voy aquí y me dicen que no es permitido. ¿Y por qué tengo que ir a otro condado? Porque estoy limpiando mi propiedad. Deben ustedes de tener un centro de recolección si quieren que les ayudemos a mantener limpio nuestra casa, nuestro Calexico. Deben de apoyarnos en ese sentido. No sé si me entiendan en lo que quiero decir. Si ustedes nos están pidiendo que les ayudemos, deben de poner las cosas para que nosotros las hagamos. Es todo. Muchas gracias.
Esteban Ramos and Daniela Flores.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Esteban Ramos, soy residente de Calexico. Desde que tengo uso de razón. Afortunadamente conozco varios aquí por la escuela, when you wear a uniform, chief, sir. Aquí estamos todos en contra con esta de hacernos responsables de las banquetas, del exceso de la calle. Como dijeron todos aquí, si se van a privatizar las banquetas y las calles, me van a cobrar, es mía, ¿verdad? Va a crear más un conflicto entre los residentes que una solución. Nadie sabía de la ley que mencionó el señor, nadie, ni ustedes. Y ahora nos hacen responsables a nosotros. Es una incoherencia. Por favor, les pido de favor, como residentes de Calexico, y si en verdad viven en Calexico, les importa Calexico, no lo hagan, porque van a crear más conflicto. No hay una solución, la única solución es, claro, ocupamos la ciudad más limpia, nos podemos hacer responsables por nuestra propiedad y les podemos ayudar si hacen un llamado al público de que vengan y ayuden a limpiar el parque, por favor ayúdenos, no sé, cierta calle, escuela, lo que sea, pero hacernos responsables por algo que ha sido de la ciudad. Mr. Mayor, you have the authority here. You are the head of this. Make the right choice, sir. Gracias.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Daniela Flores, yo soy la directora ejecutiva de la organización no lucrativa llamada Equidad y Justicia del Valle Imperial. Nosotros estamos en las 230 Blair Avenue y pues yo estoy aquí para apoyar a los residentes. Como organización estamos aquí totalmente de acuerdo con todo lo que dice la población. Ahorita, bueno, ustedes ya saben, he estado viendo estas juntas por casi 6 años. He estado enterada de la situación financiera que es desde la corrupción del 2014, etcétera. Y ustedes tienen que buscar otras maneras de asegurarse que hayan fondos para arreglar lo que es un servicio público. Las banquetas es lo más lógico para que los impuestos paguen. Así que ustedes tienen control de la ordenanza, no actúen como que la ordenanza es algo mandatorio para el Estado. No, la multa de $1,000, todo eso, nada de eso tienen que hacer. Eso no es la ley estatal. No confundan a la gente. La otra cosa es que, bueno, no repito los puntos que se han dicho, pero voy a afirmar que es una injusticia. Las fotos que estaban enseñando de las personas que están, teniendo la responsabilidad de limpiar y mantener lo verde, enseñas 2 cuadras muy diferentes. Obviamente hay diferentes ingresos en toda la ciudad. Hay unas personas que tal vez tienen poquito más, otros que tienen mucho menos. Así que somos una de las ciudades más pobres en todo el país, en el estado. Y pues es un abuso. Pónganse a hacer mejor soluciones que generen dinero. ¿Por qué no le ponen el impuesto a la gente que tiene las propiedades, los absent property owners, que no están aquí, que tienen al downtown todo, no les importa, tienen la propiedad ahí y los que no están aquí contribuyendo a la comunidad? ¿Por qué no ponen un impuesto para el 1% de esta ciudad? Y pues que se pague con eso. Y grants desafortunadamente no es suficiente. Empiecen con eso, con lo que dijo los residentes de Active Transportation Grants, look for those, pero también ustedes están reparando una situación financiera muy gruesa, ya lo sabemos, así que se necesita más inteligencia sobre las propuestas y pues estamos de acuerdo con el 3 porque es la responsabilidad de la ciudad. Gracias.
We also received a public comment for item number 5 by email from Mr. Juan Moran. I provided a copy for the council members, and it's also a copy in the binder at the entrance. And we also received comments in opposition to item 5, and I have them right here. They were provided to the city council, to the city clerk, and no more public comments. Emma Flores.
Buenas tardes a todos. La verdad que qué difícil estar aquí. A veces soy una persona que es bien penosa y sé que muchas personas también lo son. Un comentario de Legazpi que dijo sobre los posters, esa es una manera de comunicar también cómo nos sentimos. No quiere decir que vamos a ser disrespectful or anything like that. Es simplemente una manera de comunicar. No todos podemos venir a hablar aquí y es muy difícil para la gente. Mucha gente está aquí y también no está en su casa haciendo comida, atendiendo a sus niños, haciendo la tarea con sus niños. Y la verdad me da mucha tristeza tener que estar aquí. Hoy tenía mi clase de coser. Y no estoy allá, estoy aquí, ¿verdad?
Can you stick to item number 5, please?
Yes. So I'm here for item number 5. La verdad, estoy escuchando que es una ley, pero sigo oyendo some cities are adopting, right? Si es una ley, entonces todas las ciudades, si es en California, todas las deben de estar adoptando. Eso me dice que no es... Hay leyes, pero también hay cómo hacer las cosas. Y siento que tomar una decisión ahorita no es lo correcto porque la comunidad no sabe de qué se trata esto. También siento que hay muchas cosas que están juntas. Están hablando de la basura, de negocios y los botes de basura, pero lo más importante que no pusieron en el Facebook post, aunque le están llamando public outreach. No mencionaron el sidewalk. ¿Por qué no mencionaron eso? Eso la verdad me preocupa. Ustedes están aquí para la comunidad. Todas estas personas son el equipo de ustedes. Deben de querer lo mejor para ellos. Cada persona de aquí no es porque está en contra de ustedes. Está aquí porque ama a Calexico. De aquí somos. Muchos nos fuimos, regresamos y aquí estamos. Y como dijeron otras personas, hay muchas maneras de buscar dinero y no tiene que salir del bolso de las personas. Entonces hay mucho trabajo que hacer en buscar grants, otros programas de cómo agarrar ese dinero para mejorar a Calexico, pero que no le afecta a la gente al punto que puede perder su casa. como lo dijo el Señor, eso es algo tan grande y decirlo como si fuera cualquier cosa, eso es gigante para las personas y la verdad me da mucha tristeza eso. Entonces, claro, estoy en la opción número 3. Okay, gracias.
Gael García and Olga Aispuro.
Hola, Gael García, 985 Lincoln Street. Entré mi nombre y otro nombre de un negocio aquí de Calexico que no pudo venir. Pero básicamente estoy diciendo que el Facebook post no era suficiente. Yo hice como 8 horas ahí en Downtown Calexico diciendo de cada negocio lo que estaba pasando y casi cada negocio me está diciendo que no sabía para nada. Tuve que tener un clipboard con una QR code para enseñarles el Facebook post. Muchos estaban en contra de eso y haciendo las multas de 150 y pueden alcanzar hasta $1,000 es incorrecto. Como otros están diciendo, se puede encontrar dinero en otras formas, no tiene que ser al expense de business owners and just residents. Place of business starts and ends in the walls of the building. It doesn't also include sidewalks. That's all. Thank you.
Olga Aispuro. Fausto Valenzuela.
Buenas noches. Estoy aquí para comentarse respecto a las banquetas. Yo tengo 20 años residiendo por la calle Wozencraft 1012 en Calexico. Yo así adquirí la vivienda hace 20 años y sigue igual. Tengo problemas, como dice el joven, de la curva. Está rota la curva en 2 pedazos de 40 pies. Esa no es culpa mía. Y aún no le he hecho nada. Yo quisiera saber dónde puedo yo reportar todo ese problema y no que quieran que yo pague un defecto que ya por falta de mala compactación, el que hizo las banquetas, no una banqueta sirve esa calle. Hay muchos residentes de aquí que están aquí presentes y tienen el problema. Quisiera que fueran a verlas y no quieran hacer una ley nueva para que uno pague. Recibo $900 al mes de mi pensión. Ustedes, yo creo que es mucho más lo que ganan mensualmente. ¿Y con qué voy a pagar yo esos servicios que ya estaban dañados cuando compré la vivienda? Que todavía no lo termino de pagar. Consideren eso. No nomás es de échenle a la gente para que pague. Tomen en cuenta. Ustedes sí ganan. Uno no gana lo que ustedes ganan. Por favor.
We received additional written comments in opposition to item number 5. And those are all the comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to council discussion. Councilmember Diana Nurucumbo, starting off with you.
Buenas noches a todos. Primeramente les quiero dar las gracias por estar aquí porque se necesita que estén aquí para que se hagan las cosas bien, lamentablemente. No sé si hace rato vieron que tuve ahí una discusión con el alcalde aquí. Fue porque aquí hacen de aquí para allá lo que les da la gana. Había una rotación. No, yo puedo decir lo que yo quiera. Es mi tiempo. It's my time, right?
City Attorney,
It's my time.
bashing council
Okay.
members is not called for.
That's not bashing.
We're supposed to be working as a
That's
team.
not bashing.
City Attorney, please.
You can continue with.
5 minute, I want a 5 minute recess. We're talking about councils working together as a team, and you get a comment like this, it doesn't help.
I have freedom
I would like
of
to make a
speech,
motion for
and
a
I can
5 minute
say
recess.
what
Do I have a
want.
second?
Second. Second.
Mayor, clerk, roll call, please.
There needs to be a motion and a second.
Yeah.
I didn't hear a motion or a second.
Adriana Marcus make a second. I made the motion for a 5 minute recess. Councilmember Marcus made a second. City clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Vargas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda,
She had a right to speak, and he said it for the record. No.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
No.
Motion passes.
Les dije que hacen lo que les da la gana.
We're going to go ahead and commence the meeting at 9:05 p.m. Continuing with council discussion, go ahead, Councilmember Noticumbo.
Ok, gracias. Voy a tener que volver a repetir todo lo que dije. Entonces, les comentaba que de aquí para allá hacen lo que les da la gana. Está demostrado porque les voy a dar un ejemplo. Hay una rotación para decir los comentarios, que generalmente se va del alcalde al mayor pro temp y ella debería ser brincada porque ella agarró más votos, pero todos modos ellos se han estado yendo por allá. Pero últimamente, o sea, quieren escuchar lo que nosotros tenemos que decir y empiezan por aquí para ellos poder responder. Pero es solamente un ejemplo de cómo se las manejan. Pero les quiero decir una cosa, este tema de las banquetas, no entendemos por qué lo estamos viendo ahorita. Porque les voy a decir una cosa, el staff no se manda solo. Ellos no hacen cosas sin dirección. Y aquí este concilio, recuérdenme porque yo no recuerdo, que hayamos tomado la decisión de dar la dirección de ver este tema de las banquetas. Sí existe una ley que es del Estado, que se hizo en 1941, hace 85 años. Y la pregunta del millón es, ¿por qué ahorita? ¿Y quién dio esa instrucción de perder tiempo del staff, de un director, 2 city manager, abogados? ¿Quién dio la instrucción de ver este tema? Así que yo no me voy a entrar mucho en los detalles porque todo lo que ustedes dijeron tiene toda la razón. Toda la razón, no tengo que repetir todo lo que dijo cada uno de ustedes. Lo que sí quiero decir es que no se hagan los que no hicieron nada, porque este tema ellos no se mandan solos y ella y yo no lo sacamos. Y es todo lo que quiero decir.
Councilmember Talenta.
Good evening, everyone. I want to take a second to apologize to everyone for how this meeting is being handled. It's very embarrassing. I'm actually a little scared. They keep slamming the gavel, and it's just making me jumpy, for the record. With that said, there's a lot of issues with this ordinance. There's a lot of items that are not defined, and it's already state law. I don't know why we're seeing it again. I see that there's items that are added on that are not part of the state law, which is the items for the downtown. I'm not here to tell a business owner how to run their business. They're already struggling. The economy's horrible. I'm not going to be telling you where to put your trash cans. That's also not defined. The hazard is not defined. So I have the concern that this would be misused. In the future, if we're not creating definitions or criteria, then the policy says that it's up to whoever has the Public Works Director title. Well, what if the Public Works Director, thinks one's okay and one's not? We get into that realm of making it opinion-based instead of standardized and actually outlining the criteria, which is not fair. That is something not fair and not transparent. We have a lot of other items that are here in the city that are already state law. We have not imposed them as ordinances or adopted them as ordinances. So we don't have the staff already. We have a lot of positions that haven't been filled. We have lacking, this item didn't have public outreach. I saw the post. I commented on the public outreach post. That at the last council meeting, I raised the question, what type of public outreach was being conducted? None. And that's not fair. That's not fair because look at all the public that's out here that wants to know, and imagine if we would have done more public outreach efforts, there would have been more public out here. I also want to say thank you to the people who brought signs. That's awesome. Good or bad, we're here to listen. good or bad, whether we like it or not, because we ran to sit here and represent the community. I do not agree with adopting it. I want to keep it as status quo, you know, and there is money. We have LTA money. LTA funds can be used for sidewalks. It just takes the council repurposing and reallocating that money and prioritizing to go back to the community in needed areas. So we need to listen to what you guys want instead of imposing a stricter ordinance, because state law is already status quo. It exists. And this is something stricter than state law. And it imposes other criteria that state law does not. So I'm not in favor. Thank you.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez.
So the one thing that I do agree is that I feel that we need to do more outreach and educate the public in regards to what is being written here. There was a lot of miscommunication of what this item was. Even speaking right now with some of the citizens, they didn't quite understand what it was. Some people have taken their own twist on what this was supposed to be. So I think that, you know, we need to make sure that we educate the public, that we have town hall meetings, or, you know, just inform them on what it is that we're trying to do. My feeling was that this was more targeting the slumlords that are not keeping up with their, you know, their trees, their curbsides. The other issue in regards to the trash of downtown, that was also something that we as a council had talked previously about. And also, you know, I do recall that there was no outreach when this council a year ago passed the camping ordinance for the homeless. So it just, you know, kind of baffles me that it depends on what items are up here that people want to have outreach on. So we need to make sure that we are doing due process when we're doing this, and if people have questions, we definitely have to answer those. And that's all that I have.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening to everyone. I just want to clarify something, because obviously I've been accused that I brought this item to this agenda many times. So, Mr. City Manager, who wrote this agenda or item, and who did all the backup?
That would be Mr. Coyne, the director.
Did I direct you to do anything?
No, this item was prepared by the planning department.
Thank you. And it's sad, but I'm going to tell you something. I think I've been very respectful up here. I have never voiced my voice when some up here had raised their voice. And I'm going to tell you, I was born and raised here in Calexico. And it's sad because people are already assuming how I'm going to vote, when they don't have an idea what they're even dealing with. But I tell you right now, I will not be disrespected, because we're all professionals. Well, at least I consider myself a professional. And I hear all of you, because I live in Calexico. And I'm going to tell you something. We've been here for a year and 3 months, and I can tell you that nothing has been done. Well, some things have been done. And I applaud Mr. Villegas, because every day he is doing something different for our community with a very minimal staff that he has. And I'm going to tell you, citizens of Calexico, Public Works has been the only department that has not replaced their staff. Parks, he only has 2 staff. For roads, 2 staff. And yet, we put this burden on him to make sure that our city is clean. And I'm going to tell you something. And this is how I see it. We have to clean our house before we tell you to clean your house. Do you understand that? We have a grant writer we're paying to seek grants. We have funding that we can look for and help those that need help. And like most of you, or some of you that mentioned it, I have issues with this proposition too. There was no outreach. Social media, well, let me tell you, how many of you look into social media? Very few, like my parents. So what I'm here today is that we're here for you. We will look for something to help you guys. I can't promise anything, but I'm sure that the grant writer will be instructed to start writing. And also, just to confirm what I'm telling you now, we got this public comment from Mr. I keep forgetting your name. Mr. Mora. Moran, I'm sorry. Mr. Moran. Thank you, Mr. Moran, because every question I have, you asked for it. Because if we're going to implement something, we got to make sure that it's flawless. And thank you for your input. And if this goes forward or not goes forward, we will make sure that we do the right thing. So again, I thank you, and hopefully we can act like professionals and carry on this meeting. Again, and I know you're here because you care. And I know you're here because you take care of your yards. But I also got to mention that there's some people out there that don't take care of their yards. So we have to be proactive and try to fix these issues. Again, I won't say any more. Thank you for your time. And Mayor, it's your turn.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You know, we're constantly being accused of things, and the mayor has the right to move the rotations how he or she feels. When I make that movement, it's just a choice of mine. And a comment was made to me by Councilmember Nuricumbo, but I'm not going to say it because I'm going to be mature. No, I'm not. So thank you. Thank you, Michael Coyne, for bringing this up. And did any of the 5 council members told you to bring this up?
No, it's just borrowed from other cities, and it was meant with good intention to try to solve ongoing issues.
Please, no, hold on. I did not ask him that for you guys to, ridicule him. He had good intentions, but council did listen to the people out here. And we do listen to you guys. There's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of information that was given to us that we weren't aware of. There's situations, there are things that we need to do in the near future. And I do agree with our public reference to the reaching out, why wasn't it reach out, and so forth. But Michael didn't do anything wrong. He was thinking for the community. But like I said, we do listen to the public, we listen to the concern. None of us brought this up to him. And I thank you all for coming up here and voicing your opinion, because a lot of times we don't get people coming up here to voice their opinion. And it's really important to do so. And I thank you for doing it. And that's all I have to say. Call for a motion?
I motion to not approve the first reading of this ordinance.
I second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem had made the first motion before you, Lisa.
Oh, what did he motion though? He didn't say what he was motioning for. He just said.
He was motioning.
So Mayor, there's a motion and a second, and the same as last time. The way that you guys have been operating is that when there's a motion and a second, all discussion stops and you move into a vote. So if you want to continue discussing this item, you're gonna need a majority of the council to reopen discussion.
Okay, the Mayor Pro Tem made a motion, but he didn't.
That's okay, they
All right,
can motion,
okay.
they can motion on it.
Councilmember Talent, what's your motion?
What?
What's your motion?
Oh, I said
That's
the
it. I'll-
motion.
I'll
I
take
said
my-
I motion
back my motion.
to deny, to not approve the first reading of this ordinance.
Okay, do I have a second?
I seconded already.
Okay, motion from Councilmember Talanda, second by Notokumbo. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Your motion was to
Not approve it.
not approve it? All right. I didn't motion it to not approve it. I make that motion to not approve.
yep, you said a yes?
Huh? It's the vote.
So you're voting yes for no and no for yes. So she motioned to deny the ordinance, and it was seconded, so now you're voting.
Okay.
That's what the motion's on the floor. Yes or no? Correct?
So no on the item.
No, so she's voting, so.
Can you
Can you
please-
please call the meeting to order, Mayor?
Call the meeting to order, please. Okay. I vote no on the item.
No?
Not making sense here.
Yeah, so she said to deny her motion was to deny the ordinance. So a yes vote is to deny the ordinance.
Okay. Yes. Yes to deny.
Mayor Pro Tem Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Moving on to discussion and potential action items, number 6, the 2025-26 second quarter budget status report and resolutions to amend 2025-2026 budget. Do we have a staff report?
Yes.
Mayor, can
Please leave it in orderly fashion. Thank you. Let's hold off until everybody moves. We're going to go ahead and take another 5-minute break. Do I have a motion for approval on that?
Motion.
A move.
Second.
Do I have a second? Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Lisa Talanda.
Motion to what?
For a 5-minute break. Sorry about that. Resuming our meeting at 9:35 p.m. So,
For an hour?
From 9:30 to 10:30 for 1 hour?
Yeah, I motion to approve of the extension of this meeting until 10:30.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. A motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Calderon and second by Councilmember Marquez. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Talinda.
Yes.
Councilmember Norikumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Going on to the 2025-2026 second quarter budget status report and resolution amend the 2025-2026 budget. Call for staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I will be presenting the 25-26 second quarter budget status report, which covers the first 6 months of the fiscal year, all the way through December of 2025.
Buenas noches, alcalde y miembros del concilio. Esta noche presentaré el informe sobre el estado del presupuesto correspondiente al segundo trimestre del año fiscal 2025, el cual abarca los primeros 6 meses del año fiscal hasta diciembre 2025.
Today's objectives. This item has 3 main purposes. First is to receive the report, which provides an update on 6-month expenditures and general fund revenue projections. The second is to consider the resolution to amend the 25-26 budget. And then the third one is to discuss policy options for a 1.6 million one-time settlement insurance payment that the city received.
Objetivos de hoy. Este punto tiene 3 propósitos principales. Primero, recibir el informe, el cual proporciona una actualización sobre los gastos de los primeros 6 meses y las proyecciones de ingresos del Fondo General. Segundo, considerar la resolución para
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
Excuse me?
Get closer to the mic.
Oh, okay. Primero, recibir el informe, el cual proporciona una actualización sobre los gastos de los primeros 6 meses y las proyecciones de ingreso del Fondo General. Segundo, considerar la resolución para enmendar el presupuesto 2025-2026. Y tercero, analizar opciones de política relacionadas con un pago único de 1.6 millones proveniente de un acuerdo de seguro.
Citywide expenditure overview. At the mid-year mark, overall, city expenditures are trending below expectations and within budget parameters. The general fund has expended 47% of its annual budget at a 6-month mark, which is right on target. Capital spending remains low, which is typical, as projects depend on project staffing, contract awards, and procurement timelines. Overall, fiscal performance through the mid-year is stable and aligned with projections.
Resumen de gastos a nivel de toda la ciudad. A mitad del año fiscal, los gastos generales de toda la ciudad se mantienen por debajo de lo previsto y dentro de los parámetros presupuestarios, el Fondo General ha ejecutado el 47% de su presupuesto anual al cumplirse 6 meses, lo cual está conforme a lo previsto. El gasto de capital continúa siendo bajo, lo cual es típico, ya que los proyectos dependen de la asignación de personal al proyecto, la adjudicación de contratos y los plazos de adquisición. En general, el desempeño fiscal a mitad del año es estable y está alineando con las proyecciones.
General fund expenditures. Our general fund departments are tracking near the expected 50% expenditure trend at mid-year, indicating that the spending remains consistent with the adopted budget. The city has also successfully achieved its vacancy savings target of $250,000.
Gastos del Fondo General. Todos los departamentos del Fondo General se mantienen cerca de la tendencia esperada de gastos del 50% a mitad del año, lo que indica que el gasto se mantiene dentro del presupuesto aprobado.
Proposed budget amendments expenditures. There are 4 proposed expenditure budget amendments included in this report, resulting in a net increase of $52,000, which is fully offset by updated revenue projections, keeping the general fund budget balanced. First, the proposed addition of an in-house city attorney, which includes $62,000 for the remaining 4 months of the fiscal year, which would be offset by a reduction in outside legal services. Second, $30,000 is added to the city manager's professional services budget to support potential revenue measure analysis and other consulting services. Third, the code enforcement salary and benefit budget of $247,915 is being reclassified from the planning building department to the police department to reflect the current operational structure. Finally, the fire department identified a $22,000 pro-care contract that was inadvertently omitted from the adopted budget and is now being added. Overall, these amendments keep the budget balanced while updating it to reflect current operations.
Enmiendas presupuestarias, propuestas y gastos. Este informe incluye 4 enmiendas presupuestarias propuestas en gastos que resultan en un aumento neto de $52,000, el cual se compensa completamente con proyecciones actualizadas de ingresos, manteniendo equilibrado el presupuesto base del Fondo General. Primero, la propuesta de agregar un abogado de la ciudad interno incluye $62,000 para los 4 meses restantes del año fiscal, lo cual se compensaría con una reducción en los servicios legales externos. Segundo, se agregan $30,000 al presupuesto de servicios profesionales de la oficina del administrador de la ciudad para apoyar el análisis de una posible medida de ingresos y otros servicios profesionales. Tercero, el presupuesto de salario y beneficios de cumplimiento de códigos por $247,915 se está reclasificando del Departamento de Planificación al Departamento de Policía para reflejar la estructura operativa actual. Finalmente, el Departamento de Bomberos identificó un contrato de ProCare por $22,000 que se omitió inadvertidamente en el presupuesto aprobado y que ahora se está incorporando. En general, estas enmiendas mantienen el presupuesto equilibrado y lo actualizan para reflejar las operaciones actuales.
Proposed budget amendments revenues. Property tax growth is currently estimated at 4%, which is higher than the 2% that was originally budgeted. And sales tax revenues continue to perform in line with projections. Business license revenue is currently trending about $79,000 below budget, while transient occupancy tax revenues are performing well and are projected to be approximately $30,000 above budget. Additionally, planning, engineering, and building fees are trending about $70,000 above projection, as well as a minor adjustment of approximately $16,000 to other taxes. Together, these updates support the $52,000 net increase in general fund expenditures included in the proposed budget amendment. The city has also recently received a $1.6 million one-time insurance settlement for property damage at 352 First Street. Lastly, Measure H revenues are currently slightly below projection by about $75,000 at mid-year.
Enmiendas presupuestarias propuestas ingresos. Actualmente se estima que el crecimiento del impuesto sobre la propiedad es de el 4%, lo cual es superior al 2% originalmente presupuestado, y los ingresos por impuestos sobre las ventas continúan comportándose conforme a las proyecciones. Los ingresos por licencias comerciales actualmente muestran una tendencia de aproximadamente $79,000 por debajo del presupuesto, mientras que los ingresos del impuesto de ocupación transitoria están teniendo un buen desempeño y se proyecta que estén aproximadamente $30,000 por encima del presupuesto. Además, las tarifas de planificación, ingeniería y construcción muestran una tendencia de aproximadamente $70,000 por encima de lo proyectado, así como un ajuste menor de aproximadamente $16,000 en otros impuestos. En conjunto, estas actualizaciones respaldan el aumento neto de 52,000 en los gastos del Fondo General incluidos en la enmienda presupuestaria propuesta. La ciudad también recibió recientemente un pago único de 1.6 millones por un acuerdo de seguro por daños a la propiedad en 352 de la calle Primera. Por último, los ingresos de la medida H actualmente se encuentran ligeramente por debajo de lo proyectado, aproximadamente 75,000 menos a mitad del año fiscal.
Policy options for one-time revenue. When the city receives one-time general fund revenue, 3 options are typically considered, which is reinvesting in programs, building reserves, or paying down long-term obligations. Ultimately, council will decide how these funds are allocated, whether toward one of these priorities or a combination of them. Staff recommendation is to use one-time funds for one-time needs, while ongoing operations continue to be funded with ongoing revenues. Currently, council can consider the following 3 policy options. The first one is capital investment. Departments submitted 5-year CIP requests totaling approximately $8.9 million, reflecting equipment and facility needs that have been deferred for several years. Second, building reserves. The city's current reserve policy is 68 days, or approximately 18% of general fund expenditures, and council has previously expressed interest in increasing reserve levels. Third, reducing debt. Council recently made a contribution to the OPEB trust, and additional funding could further reduce the city's long-term retiree medical liability.
Opciones de política para ingresos de una sola vez. Cuando la ciudad recibe ingresos de una sola vez del Fondo General, normalmente se consideran 3 opciones principales: reinventar en programas, aumentar las reservas, reducir obligaciones a largo plazo, como los pasivos por beneficios médicos para jubilados. En última instancia, el Consejo decidirá cómo se asignarán estos fondos, ya sea destinándolos a una de estas prioridades o a una combinación de ellas. La recomendación del personal es utilizar fondos de una sola vez para necesidades también de una sola vez, mientras que las operaciones continuas se sigan financiando con ingresos recurrentes. Actualmente el Consejo puede considerar las siguientes 3 opciones de política. Primero, inversión en capital. Los departamentos presentaron solicitudes para el programa de mejoras de capital CIP a 5 años por un total aproximado de 8.9 millones, lo que refleja necesidades de equipo e instalaciones que se han pospuesto durante varios años. Segundo, aumentar las reservas. La política actual de reservas de la ciudad es de 68 días, o aproximadamente el 18% de los gastos del Fondo General, y el Consejo previamente ha expresado interés en incrementar los niveles de reserva. Tercero, reducción de la deuda. Recientemente el Consejo realizó una aportación al fideicomiso de OPEB, y fondos adicionales podrían reducir aún más el pasivo a largo plazo de la ciudad por beneficios médicos para jubilados.
5-year general fund capital requests. On this slide, you can see the 5-year capital requests submitted by departments totaling $8.9 million, which includes vehicle replacements, fire apparatus and ambulance, technology upgrades, equipment, and facility improvements.
Solicitudes de capital del Fondo General a 5 años presentadas por los departamentos. Aquí pueden ver las solicitudes de proyectos de capital a 5 años presentadas por los departamentos, que suman aproximadamente 8.9 millones. Estas incluyendo el reemplazo de vehículos, equipo contra incendios y ambulancias, mejoras tecnológicas, equipo y mejoras a las instalaciones.
Example allocation options for 1.6 million insurance settlement. To provide some perspective, this slide shows how different levels of capital funding could impact the city's reserve levels. In option number 1, with no capital allocation, reserves would be approximately 28%, or about 101 days of operating reserves. Option number 2, if 700,000 is allocated towards capital, reserves would be approximately 25% or about 90 days of reserves. And option number 3, if 1.8 million is allocated toward capital projects, reserves would be approximately 20% or about 74 days of reserves. This item is presented tonight for discussion and direction only. Formal allocation of these funds occur during the third quarter budget report or as part of the upcoming 26-27 annual budget process.
Ejemplos de cómo se podrían asignar los 1.6 millones del acuerdo de seguro. Para dar un poco de perspectiva, aquí se muestra cómo distintos niveles de financiamiento para proyectos de capital podrían afectar los niveles de reservas de la ciudad. Número 1, si no se asignan fondos para proyectos de capital, las reservas serían aproximadamente el 28% o cerca de 101 días de reservas operativas. Número 2, si se destinan 700,000 a proyectos de capital, las reservas serían de aproximadamente el 25% o cerca de 90 días de reserva. Número 3, si se destinan el 1.8 millones a proyectos de capital, las reservas serían de aproximadamente el 20% o cerca de 74 días de reservas. Este punto se presenta esta noche únicamente para discusión y orientación. La asignación formal de estos fondos podría realizarse durante el informe presupuestario del tercer trimestre o como parte del proceso del presupuesto anual 2026 y 2027.
Enterprise funds, water, wastewater, and airport. The city's enterprise funds, water, wastewater, and airport continue to require rate and operational updates to support long-term sustainability. Additional discussion will be needed prior to the development of the 26-27 budget to address these issues.
Fondos empresariales, aguas residuales y aeropuerto. Los fondos empresariales de la ciudad, agua y aguas residuales y aeropuerto continúan requiriendo actualizaciones en las tarifas y en las operaciones para apoyar su sostenibilidad a largo plazo. Será necesaria más discusión antes de la elaboración del presupuesto 2026-2027 para abordar estos temas.
Conclusion. In summary, the general fund is performing in line with the adopted budget, and the proposed amendment maintains a balanced budget. Tonight's item is intended to provide an update on the city's financial status and receive council feedback on potential policy options for the insurance settlement funds. Staff recommends that council receive and file this report and adopt the proposed budget amendment resolution. This concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Conclusión. En resumen, el Fondo General se mantiene dentro del presupuesto aprobado y la enmienda propuesta mantiene el presupuesto equilibrado. El propósito de este tema esta noche es proporcionar una actualización sobre la situación financiera de la ciudad y recibir comentarios del Consejo sobre posibles opciones de política para los fondos provenientes del acuerdo de seguro. El personal recomienda que el Consejo reciba y archive el informe y adopte la resolución propuesta para modificar el presupuesto. Con gusto respondo cualquier pregunta.
Thank you, Carla, and thank you.
Thank you.
Call for public comments. Public comments? Mr. Kim? Hey, she's calling you.
Several things. Item number, I believe page 13, you have the documents for the, what they call all the CFT and the water funds, enterprise funds there. And we, it looks like we're saving another $1.1 million for this year 25-26. Which is we making $3.1 million. And eventually they're gonna go to the the capital improvements that the money goes that time. Now remember, last year we hired the consultant more than $80,000 to make the false document saying we're gonna lose money from the water and the waste funds. So we have to raise the rate. And where is gone? We're making $3.1 million instead of losing. We didn't raise the water bill. So who wrote those false documents? To convince you guys, to try to convince you guys to raise the waters. And don't do nothing. No responsible. You guys just throw the ball and then not pass? Wash the hands? Who's doing it? Who's behind this scene? Even the 5 council members doesn't know about today's chaos? And who bring it then? Who's directing that? There's a lot of things they have to have responsible. What they done, if they do right, promote them. If you don't do wrong, they do it wrong, you need to ask them to they're responsible. Last year, jeopardizing city council jeopardizing, they have a chance to jeopardizing the citizens, the water bill. According to that report, I can make the 20, if you pay me $20, I can make that one. Easy, very easy one. Easy statistic. And they have the next page, they have the documents saying every year we have to have set the money, which is the capital fund, and they look like they are under. But again, water bill, we are making over $3 million. I want to council to go back to that, to ask the responsible, who was that?
Mr.
Why
Kim,
did
your
it happen
time
to
is
that
up,
number?
sir.
Thank you.
No more comments.
Moving on to council discussion. Councilmember Diana Nurukumbo.
Yes, I have a question. I'll ask the city manager. I'm going to ask you because there was a time when we were going over budgets and I should address you with my questions, unless you ask me to direct my questions to the finance director. I think in a previous conversation, I don't know I don't recall if it was in private or in public, but we were given the information that our sales taxes were dropping. And from what I'm hearing here, from the conclusion, it's saying that the general fund remains on track with the adopted budget and the city's fiscal position continues to strengthen. So it appears that it's like the complete opposite. So which one is it? Are we good? Are we good? We are on track as far as our sales, or?
Yeah, go ahead, Carla. Go ahead.
Yes, when we were working on the current budget, the projections that we received from HDL had dropped. So we dropped our budget amount when we were creating this budget. So we brought it down to 2%. So because we did that, we were conservative. Right now, that it is actually happening, we are in line with our projections. Because we were conservative and we reduced our revenues, or our budgeted revenues, when we were creating this budget. Also, when I presented the first quarter report, we were seeing a decline, or it was a very minor decline. It was like a point, like something, like point something, like 0.0 something percent. But then this is the second quarter. This second quarter includes the Christmas season. So it's normally your highest performing quarter because of the fact that, you have your Christmas season and there's a lot of people buying things, and normally it's like for the most part, normally it is your best performing quarter. So then it kind of balances out our first quarter. So now we are meeting our projection. We're not over, we're not under, we're like getting by, we're stable. But because we did the work we took action when we were working on the budget to reduce it.
Okay, thank you. That's one question, and then, are you gonna ask about this one? Or should I ask? Okay. The city manager ballot, other consultants, the $30,000, what is that for? It doesn't specify what that's for.
That's for potential use. It's just possible use. We don't have an exact plan for it, but it's just a possibility in case we need the funding.
Where is it currently at? Where are we wanting to move it from?
That was not being moved, that's actually being added. The reason for this is as we start moving forward, if we were to start moving forward with the tax measure, this is for that purpose, because we don't have funding in our current budget to be able to sustain everything that's gonna go along with that project. This is adding the funding for that.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's good to know that we're setting that money aside. The business license, it says negative $79,000. Is that because businesses are closing, or is it because we're not collecting business licenses?
So with what's going on with that, we did a comparison of how we were last fiscal year at this point in time and how we are right now. And what we're seeing, even though that we have the same number of renewals coming in, it's more or less almost the same amount. It's off like 30. The revenue coming in is a lot less than what we were getting last year. And the reason for that is because when customers, business owners renew their business licenses, they have to report gross receipts. And gross receipts are lower. Also, a lot of more people are buying online. So when people buy online, they're not shopping, physically, and that reduces their gross receipts. Also, we lost warehouses that we used to have within city limits that would generate a lot of business license revenue, and we're losing them to the county because they're moving to some warehouses that open up over there near the port of entry. So it's just those factors affect our revenue coming in. And at this point in time, it was about 100,000 less, even though renewals were more or less the same.
Okay, thank you. And then last but not least, on page number 7, it says policy options for one-time revenue for the 1.6, I believe, that we got for the insurance settlement. It doesn't have the option of parks. I know we've talked a lot about parks and the need for parks, and it's not in one of those 3 budget strategy options. So I would like, when we come back in the future, to add that as an option, so we can finish up the work that our parks need. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Talenda?
Yeah, the only question I had was, well, not the only, but I'm going to start off with the first question that I had, was regarding the 30,000, because it's not specified other than revenue measure. So I just wanted to make sure that what was the revenue measure, but you are saying it's for the potential special tax that we've been discussing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. And then in regards to the policy options, so I wanted to understand a little bit more if the budget is currently maintaining the balance. The options that we're being presented with is allocating it to the operating reserve, to various percentages of the operating reserve. And there's no options really to allocate, to like it says the capital improvement, the CIP, but as Councilmember Nurikumbo said, I'd like to see that money allocated to some of the projects for the parks that we have pending. For example, Heber Park, across the board, all the parks need assistance. So would that be something that could be brought back? Because I don't want to quite vote for one of the options without that being part of the options, because it's not outlined in the options if it's for the capital.
Yeah, it would be, once we got that information from the Public Works Director, as you know, it's capital, really. At the end of the day, it is capital. Anything that's going to go into a park. And it would be added to the list of the 8.9 million that I presented. It would be added there, you know, park infrastructure, park, you know, whatever it might be, it would be added there. So, yes.
Yeah, but the thing is that, so everything's combined, right? And then it's only gonna grow. And so what I'm trying to say is I'd like to see something more solid that it's gonna go to those activities, because here it's divided by other items that we need in terms of capital investments. So that's kind of my ask. Instead of just grouping it, I'd like to see an option for that.
If you look at the staff report, attachment E has a more detailed list. This is, for the PowerPoint, I couldn't, it's a lot of items, so I couldn't list them. But on attachment E, you'll see a more detailed list that breaks down everything by department. But Parks is not there, but it will be added.
Yeah, and so I guess what I'm saying is I saw the attachments, but it's being grouped with all the necessities. So I'd like to see if we could, you know, all right, we're gonna move to see if it gets approved or not. But regardless of that, I'd like to see it brought back, City Manager, so we can talk about how we're going to spend this one-time money instead of just throwing all these items that are almost $9 million together, to see how we can use it and actually see something come out of it sooner than later. So yeah, that's kind of my ask, but thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez.
So one of the questions that I wanted to go back and ask, when was the last time that we had the water rate increase?
I want to say it was in maybe 2022 or 23.
Do we know that for a fact?
I can get you the anything? The last one? 2019? Okay, he's saying 2019. I can go back and get that information for you.
And when you mentioned that our budget right now is okay, what do you mean by that? Are we good or are we okay? Are we surviving, just passing, or?
I'm gonna say we're stable. We are meeting our projections, because it goes back to the same thing that when we were working on this budget, we were very conservative, because we do have consultants that tell us, you know, they foresee this is, you know, how it's looking when it comes to property tax, sales tax, which is our major revenue source. And so we base it on that. And so when we create the budget, we take into consideration those recommendations and we adjust the budget. So because we did that, we are stable. Now, if, for example, we would have left the budget, you know, as exactly the same as the year before, then we would be under. So it's just we take conservative action to protect the budget.
And are we still using the fact that we don't have any filled positions to make up for in certain departments? So savings in salaries, per se.
For like water and wastewater?
No, just overall.
Can you repeat the question?
So I know that before, because we didn't have certain positions filled, that's how we were able to maintain our budget as stable. Is this still going on? Is this still something that we're using?
So that conversation was regarding the water and wastewater funds. So for us to meet, because there has been no rate increases, for us to meet our, and really the thing that matters here is the debt service requirement. So for us to meet that debt service requirement, we made a very conscious effort to not fill positions. We needed those salary savings to be able to meet that requirement. So, so there's a lot of positions in public works that have not been filled, just because that's really what's letting us meet that service requirement. And I know it's putting a strain on the department, but right now, because rates have not been increased, that's really the only thing that we can control.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Carla, but wastewater is enterprised, so it doesn't affect the general fund, right?
No, this
Yeah.
is,
So it's
yeah, that
separate.
scenario was
it's
only
enterprise,
applicable to water and wastewater.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Carla, and thank you for the report. I had some other questions that were already asked, but I do have one. It says pay down the debt. It's OPEB, and I know it has to do with CalPERS. So how much do we owe in CalPERS?
It's other post-employment benefits. So really what it is retiree health insurance. Prior to, and I want to call it a pre-1993 retirees, so employees that retired, or that were hired before 1993. They have a very generous retiree health insurance plan. They cost, our OPEB liability is very high because it's a very generous, it's super generous. So based on our last actuary report that we received, our liability was 10 million. So 10 million, yes. So then what happens is that we have this fund or this trust set aside to be able to help us in the future, like if at some point we don't have the funding for it, to be able to pay for our liability or something happens, there's an emergency, anything, that we can pull from that fund to be able to cover our retiree medical insurance requirements or expenditures. So then at the end of last fiscal year, we contributed. So anytime that we can contribute to that, it's a good thing for the city, because what you're doing, you're not reducing your liability, but you're putting money aside to be able to help with your liability.
Well, you know, my recommendation, and I know that I agree with the parks and so forth, but I think we should have a special meeting, because we don't have enough time to be asking these questions, to actually sit down and prioritize what we want to do with this one-time funding. So my recommendation, city manager, if we could sit down, have a special meeting, and we can all discuss our options and make that decision. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Calderon. I just have a couple of items. The business license. I know every year, since Councilmember Talenda and I started, business license have always been low. So, City Manager, how are we diligently working hard, referencing to the business license, issuing citations if they're not being paid for? Are we giving them ample time? It's too much time that we're giving them in order for them to pay their business license? I know that we don't have a lot of businesses out there, but those that are out there, are they paying their license?
Yes, to answer the question, we do. The police department, through code enforcement, does continue to track down non-payers. That's part of the issue. I really think that in the end, we need to revisit our whole business license program. Every city does, and I probably nodding the head, we've never done this, right? We've never done an audit of our business license program, right? At least in the last decade at a minimum. I think there could be regulatory issues, policy issues in our program that are dated, the way we charge. I'd like to revisit the whole program. There's not one answer as to why business license is trending down at this moment. That could change. But I think it's something worthwhile to look at. I meet with business owners about the business licenses, and it's led me to believe that it's something we need to take a look at in the way of like an audit. And also, there are services out there that we could help us find additional revenue in that regard. And this is something, outside services that are able to find additional revenue for us in this regard. So I think it'd be worthwhile, and it's something that I've been thinking about and talking with the finance director about, and she's in agreement. So I think it's something we'll be proposing to you, the city council, in the near future.
Thank you. Also, the airport, that's another sore subject there. We don't have any numbers on that. That's something that we're working on the airport. Cost.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're losing money on this one.
We are, as we've talked about in the past, due to this staffing of essentially the staffing of the airport and the essentially the reduction in fuel sales and other things at the airport, we are operating at a loss, but we're looking at restructuring that to at least show a better outlook on the budget. So that's something else in discussion for the new budget we'll be presenting to the council. We're also looking at a number of we'll call them like development ideas there, bringing in more business related to the airport, investment. So there is a desire. We're seeing the desire for people to operate more, invest more in the airport. So it's trending. I think we can trend it up in the next few years, but it remains a difficult asset to figure out. It's something that very few cities have airports, and so it's not an easy fix. But it's something that I think we are making some good progress in some of the ideas to bring in more revenue.
Thank you. That's all I have. Call for a motion.
Okay, I would like to motion to approve with the exception of the policy options for one-time revenue, to decide on whether it be a special meeting but to decide on how we're going to spend those funds later. That's my motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam Roll Call.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, going on to item number 7, the discussion and potential action of perform forensic audit. Call for a report.
Okay, so I asked for this item to be placed on the agenda. I just want to give a little bit of recent history. I am, as a council member, but I am a Hearthstone resident. And for the past 6 months, I've been working with the state's fair, FPPC. What is it? Fair? It's really late. Fair Political Practices Commission, on whether I have a conflict of interest in discussing and voting on anything related to Hearthstone. They responded. I submitted that response to the city attorney, the city manager, and the city clerk, and they have determined that I do not have a conflict of interest as far as requesting and voting on the performance of a forensic audit, and then also on item number 8. There are other items that I do, they considered I do have a conflict, which I am not addressing nor will be participating in. But as far as item number 7, so the reason why the Hearthstone community has been requesting for many years now that a forensic audit be performed is because there's $3 million missing from, at least $3 million missing from the original $14.7 bond, of which all the homeowners are having to repay. So, and one of the reasons given by the FPPC of why I could participate is because when there are special taxes that we're paying into, we have a right to find out, where our money is going. And for the past 18 plus years, the city has not been able to answer where $6 million that were supposed to go to the school district for impact fees, they claim they only received $3 million. The city says they paid them the full $6 million. So we, the taxpayers, need to know where those $3 million are. And that is the reason why I'm requesting for a forensic audit. We just adopted a new form to put items on the agenda. According to the agenda, it would have to, come to the council within the next 60 days. If this gets approved by the majority of the council, so that the community members from Hearthstone can know where their money went to.
Thank you. Call for public comments.
Ramón Cornejo.
Buenas noches, council members. Mi nombre es Ramón Cornejo, 1021 F. Herrera Street, y vengo a hablar acerca de los puntos 7 y 8. Como bien lo comentaba la council member Noricumbo, ya tenemos tiempo y yo creo que varios de ustedes nos han visto venir cada reunión para solicitar lo mismo. Nunca hemos dicho que no a pagar los CFD, estamos siempre pagando, ese no es el problema es, como bien vemos, hay dinero que depositamos y no sabemos a dónde va a dar y nosotros seguimos pagando. Lo que queremos saber es qué es lo que pasó, porque sentimos que no se está retribuyendo a los pagos que estamos realizando día a día. Nosotros trabajamos, pagamos nuestros impuestos, pero no miramos respuesta. En cuanto a la auditoría forense que se desea realizar, es para saber dónde fue a dar ese dinero. Y yo creo que todos están interesados en saber qué fue lo que pasó y poder retribuir de alguna manera con los pagos que se están realizando. El punto 8, yo no lo voy a aclarar porque estoy aquí, pero es básicamente, ustedes han visto cuando hay un incidente a la entrada del fraccionamiento, no tenemos salida, nada más es una entrada y una salida. O por ejemplo, en la tormenta que tuvimos la ocasión pasada, nada más una entrada, una salida, una emergencia, y Dios quiera no vaya a haber un problema mucho mayor. Les pido por favor que nos echen la mano con eso. Gracias.
Thank you.
No more comments for item 7.
Okay. Moving on to council discussion. Councilmember Diana Iracumbo.
Okay.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor. Mayor, just a reminder, because this is the first time we're implementing our policy, so we're not going to discuss the item.
Oh, okay.
So it's just.
That's right.
It's
Okay,
just.
so we're going for a motion?
You're taking action, whether the council would like to put it on the future agenda, that's it. There's no discussion of the item.
Okay, so as the requester of this
If I might
item,
add-
I'd like to motion to.
If I might add, though, it was appropriate, in my view, and the city attorney agrees, that the person that, Councilmember Nurikumbo, who put the item, did explain briefly the purpose behind it, and that's appropriate. Beyond that discussion,
Yeah,
there's
okay.
just a vote to whether it goes on a future council agenda or not.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and,
So we, just for my knowledge, you can't ask any questions here.
The idea is to put it on that future agenda, so then you can answer questions.
so call for a motion.
I motion to approve to put it on a future agenda within 60 days.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. Call for the motion by Councilmember Diana Iracumbo, second by Councilmember Telenda. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Going on to discussion, potential action item number 8, fund and build the second entrance to Hearthstone's community. Do we have a staff report?
Okay, so basically, it's also to put it on the agenda and to allocate staff time to this. I understand the finances, I understand all the needs the city has, but this item, it's an item that just gets ignored every time we do any capital, well, we haven't done any capital improvement workshops, but the purpose is to include that within capital improvements for the city, because there's 246 families left on the north side of Cole Road who just last year were trapped in their area with Tropical Storm Mario and when they did the repairs to Cole Road. So this request is not, I know it says fund and build, because in the end that's the intent. The request is to put it on a future agenda as well within 60 days, so that hopefully within 60 days we are discussing the capital improvement plan, and we can include that as one of the much needed projects that we need to stop ignoring. So that's all I have.
Okay. Call for public comment.
Ramón Cornejo. Alejandra Segura.
Buenas noches, Alejandra Segura, F. Torres, Mil F. Torres, de Hearthstone. Pues lo mismo, ¿verdad?, que dijo mi vecino Cornejo. También durante la tormenta, ¿verdad?, vimos la tormenta Mario, más de 200 familias. Hemos estado hablando sobre otras cosas, hemos hablado, el RID ya nos dijo el puente no se puede hacer porque es muy costoso. Nos han dado muchas vueltas y vueltas a todo eso, pero esto estamos hablando por una acción de emergencia, ¿verdad? El día de la tormenta yo fui testigo, afortunadamente cuento con un vehículo 4x4, pude salir sobre el lago porque se formó un lago y teníamos 4 vehículos ahí estancados entre el lodo y el agua. Tenemos senior citizens, tenemos niños que se pudieron haber enfermado, una temperatura, un ataque al corazón. Hemos tenido las ambulancias que entran así de repente, y esto no es el único fraccionamiento en todo Calexico que tiene una sola entrada. Esto no les estamos pidiendo, queremos saber qué pasó con todo ese dinero, todo lo que se nos prometió, todo eso, etcétera. Pero esto no se trata de eso, se trata de una emergencia, es algo que ocupamos, es una sola entrada, una sola salida, y se llena de tráfico, y sobre todo por eso, cuando se llena de lodo, imagínense, se hizo un lodazal, era de que meter la doble, como dicen, ¿verdad? Y si no, ahí te quedas estancado, y si algo te pasó, ni modo, a ver cómo sales, o sales en lancha, o a ver cómo, ¿no? Entonces, esto es una emergencia, esto no es para que se vea bonito, para que sea la joya Boulevard que nos prometieron hace muchos años, esto es una emergencia. Gracias por su atención.
Julio Rocha. Julio Rocha. No more comments.
Okay. Call for the motion.
I motion to approve to add item number 8 into onto an agenda within 60 days to discuss the options for building a second entrance for this community, who's the only one in Calexico that doesn't have another way out.
Okay. Do I have a second? I'll go ahead and second it. Madam Clerk, call to the motion for approval. Call to the motion was given by Councilmember Diana Ndukumbo, second by me. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Chalenda.
Yes.
Councilmember Ndukumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Moving on to item number 9, approval by City Council on Councilmember Talenda's request of removal and replacement of current appointee to the Library Board of Trustees with new appointment to the same commission. This one, just go call for a motion, right?
Yes.
Right, okay. Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Staff report?
There's no report.
There's no report? Okay.
I believe you have to call the motion.
Call for a motion?
I motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion was given by Councilmember Lisa Talenda and second by Councilmember Diana Ndukumbo. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo?
Yes.
No, motion passes.
Going on to item number 10, introduction of the first reading by title only of an
Oh, wait,
ordinance.
I need to appoint.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But if I'm not wrong, if you can clarify, the ordinance says that once a commissioner is appointed by the 5 vote, which we've already done at the previous meeting, and then removed by the 5 vote, which we just did, I can appoint without your approval. So I can appoint without needing a motion. It says it.
Past the 45 days.
Yeah, no, so it says that once how we did the reorg last time, we approved by the 5-0 vote. Then right now we remove by the 5-0 vote. In the ordinance, it states that my 45 days begins again.
Oh, okay.
So I can appoint without requiring a motion. So I want to appoint.
I just
It
want
says
to,
it right there.
I just want to
Yeah.
confirm that, city attorney, because I don't want a year from now,
Yeah.
go through this again.
Yeah, give me like 5 minutes to confirm, because I don't agree with her, but I will confirm.
Yeah, check it,
Yes.
because that's how I interpreted it.
So if you can do a quick recess and I'll confirm.
Okay.
Or can we just do it with the vote then? So you don't have to go to.
No, because if we do it by the whole council vote, then when you come to remove, you won't be able to remove
Okay.
her by yourself.
Yeah.
It'll have to be a motion by the council.
Motion for, first of all, motion to expand our meeting for another 30 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon?
Yes.
Mayor, Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Also, a motion for a 5-minute recess. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Do I have a motion?
I motion.
Have a second? Okay. Motion was given by Councilmember Noricumbo, second by Councilmember Lisa Thalinda. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo?
Yes.
Motion passes. 5 minutes, please.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and commence the meeting at 10:37 p.m. Going back to item number, what was it? 9. The appointment. Councilmember Lisa Talenda.
Yeah, so-
Your appointment, please.
Yeah, so I will be appointing Ms. Lila Velarde. I think I said it right.
Yeah.
The application on there.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if I can, because I was the one that asked for the recess.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just so I can make sure that everybody's clear. So since the seat is becoming vacant, then it goes back to the council member, and then she can make the appointment by herself. So she doesn't need the majority of the vote anymore, and that's according to the municipal code.
Okay.
So if we remove our appointment, we can reappoint?
Yes, because the seat, so to remove them, you need a majority of the council, so then your seat becomes vacant, and then you get that authority to appoint them by yourself again.
Within the 45 days.
Yes, within
And
the
the 45 days
days.
started last week?
Yes.
2 weeks ago?
No, they started today, when we voted to
Oh.
remove.
Okay.
The seat, then it starts, when the seat becomes vacant, so.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Going on to item number 10, introduction and first reading.
You didn't do it.
I read it.
I think that I interrupted the council member when she was making her appointment, so. No, you're good.
I think we got it.
City clerk, did you get her appointment?
The appointment of the person who is in the staff report? Oh.
Yes.
Do we need a motion for that?
No.
No.
Okay.
All right, so repeating myself, going to item number 10. Introduction and first reading by title only of an ordinance amending Calexico Municipal Code Section 2.04.060 regarding City Council Agenda Order of Business. Staff report, please.
Mayor, this is on page 2. This just removes the future agenda item.
Oh, okay. Do we ask for public comments?
No comments.
No comments? Okay, council discussion? Councilmember Diana Nunakumbo?
Nothing to add.
Councilmember Lisa Talenda?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez?
No comment.
Mayor Pro. Okay. And I have no comment. Call for a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Calderon and second by Councilmember Marquez. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Ricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Going on to item number 11, adopt revised policy and procedures for ceremonial documents. Call for a staff report.
Yes, Mayor, and this reduces, as we've sort of discussed in previous discussions, the requirement from 45 days to 10 days to submit a request for ceremonial documents.
Okay. Call for public comments. Call for council discussion. Councilmember Diana Nunakumbo.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Councilmember Lisa Talenda.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez.
No comment.
Councilmember Lencha Calderon. Pro Tem, and I have no comment. Call for a motion.
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon for a motion for approval, second by Councilmember Diana Nunakumbo. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Ricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Going on to item number 12, adoption of resolution authorizing planning and building director to select the responsible quote and proceed with the purchase of one replacement building inspector's vehicle. Do I have a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, sir, and members of council. This item has been budgeted in this year's budget, and it's to replace a vehicle that is no longer reliable. It's our building inspector vehicle, and it no longer meets the operational needs of the department, and it's causing a strain on our department because the current vehicle, a 2010 Chevy Silverado, is frequently in our city shop, and and it's a needed replacement. So currently, we have 3 responsible quotes. We are able to negotiate one for a new Chevy Silverado of comparable size for $30,000. And so we want to move quickly on that purchase before they renege on the amount.
Okay. Call for public comment.
So don't go and steal my vehicle.
Is it a salvage?
It has 16 miles on it.
See, the other department heads are driving around with it. Call for public comment.
No comments.
Okay. Call for council discussion. Councilmember Dana Nunukomo.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Lisa Telenda.
No comment, thank you.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez.
No comment.
Mayor Pro Tem Valencia Calderon.
No comment and a motion to.
All right. So call for a motion. Okay. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Call for a motion was Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, second by Adriana Marquez. Madam Clerk, please, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Moving on to informational items. Receive and fire community service commissions minutes for regular meeting of December 10th. Item received. Moving on to future agenda items. Council members, do you have any? Councilmember Diana Nunukomo for future items.
No, aren't we using the policy now?
Yeah.
It's still here, right?
Oh, it's
not-
because of the ordinance wasn't
Technically not
updated?
adopted, but
But we just adopted it, so, right? So, yeah. No, we're not,
So we scratch this?
yeah.
Okay.
all right.
All right. Call for a motion for adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
Okay, I got 2 of them at the same time. Okay, Councilmember Diana, Lisa Telenda, motion for, to adjourn, second by Mayor Pro Tem Calderon. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned at 10:45 PM.